Hello. Hello, everyone. Good morning. This is day two of the ecosystem enrollment training. And we're going to start today's section in the next 5 minutes. Please get yourself ready and inform those your colleagues that are supposed to be a part of today's training to be available before the 5 minutes. Thank you. better. I can't be waiting and you are in your house sleeping. Food is served. They say that you wait for food to come. So you wait for me. We are going to start the day section. And first on the agenda is the mobile enrollment solution, changes to the enrollment software, and that is going to be led by our own Kelechi Obia. Mr. Kelechi, please man the podium and do your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our day 2 training. It's a pleasure having us back on track. We still apologize to those that couldn't join yesterday. I guess mails are being sent. People should kindly confirm their mails, check the link, and try to be part of the session. The technical team, they've tried as much as possible. If you know any of the people that were able to successfully join, please ask them how they did, follow up the footsteps, and kindly reach out and join the class. Yesterday we had a wonderful section ranging from the whole thing about NIMS down to security, down to legal, and we had a friend caller talk about setting us up and every other thing. Then Mr. Jai, who also talked about the quality of data that is expected for us to bring into the national identity database. In as much as we want you to do this exercise for us, we are concerned about the quality of data that must be transmitted into the database. So we had a full session yesterday, and today we will continue from where many of them stopped yesterday to proceed and to also have 1 or 2 sections with regards to our practicals and every other thing. All right. So I would like us to pay attention. Listen, if you have your pen, you need to jot down some things. And if there is any need for questions, please use the right channels, either through the chats or when we have a section, the section for us to ask questions, you kindly raise up your hands and we'll mute you and you ask your question. Once again, I want to welcome us to today's training. We'll be starting with our NIMSI Android Enrollment Mobile application. All right. First of all, I would like to get a background so we'll understand where we are coming from and what the digital Nigeria Digital Identity for Development stands for with regards to this project. Okay, so before now, we already know, many of us that are even in this class, you must have considered that maybe when you join this class, probably you get a VPN, because I feel that is why many of us are also trying to everything that will get us on board to start enrolling. Mr. Ajayi clarified this for us yesterday to understand that this particular exercise is channeled towards the identity for development project, and that you are coming on board as an FEP to partner with NIMSI on this project. Okay, if you have been doing registration before, you already have a foreknowledge. And I want to also use this opportunity to welcome our fresh companies, the newbies. You are all welcome to the enrollment exercise. This session is going to be an entertaining one to educate us and to empower us for the tasks ahead. All right. So basic things that you need to know. Yesterday, Mr. Kola said that before we roll out our new solution that has to do with device management, we already have a system that we've been using that talks about your CBS, and people ask questions on the CBS and all that. Okay, but let us understand what the CBS does for you as an FEP that is coming on board. Now, if you purchase a device, an Android device and you say this is what you want to use this device for an enrollment, that device practically is like every other device on the street. Something must be done to that device to say this device has been provisioned for enrollment. And what is done on that device is what sets that device for enrollment. And part of the things that is done on that device is that the company you're working with, the agent you're working with, must be aware that you have a device that is coming on board. Let's say Mr. Lukman is ready to start this partnership in Kano. He has purchased a device that is ready. They must send Mr. Lukman, or they must create Mr. Lukman as a device user. We have to understand this background before we proceed to all the things we can do with that device. Mr. Lukman must have been created as a device user, meaning that Mr. Lukman, they are aware that he's setting up somewhere in Kano, and it is your technical person of that company that is setting you up as a user of that device, right? Now you have been created as a user of the device. There are things that comes to you as a user. You must have a login credentials to log into the device or the software on the device. Aside that, there are other things that we must have done to be able to identify that device. Now, after all that has been done, after all this, you have been created as a user, you have your login credentials, what will make the enrollment that you do on that device to successfully be transmitted to the National Identity Database? There must be a channel that must have been provided for this enrollment, this registration that you are doing, to get to the National Identity Database. That channel, that tunnel that allows enrollment done on a device to successfully get into the National Identity Database is what we call the VPN. Now, these tools are tools that we must familiarize ourselves with. They are things you begin to ask questions when you come on board. That, yes, I've been created as a device user. Do I have my VPN that will allow me to send my registration into the National Identity Database? These are basic questions that you need to know. And the good thing, as I always say, is that for you to have been shortlisted as part of people that we are training has already set you on the right path towards achieving these basic tools for your registration. Okay? That you have been shortlisted to be trained means after this training, you'll be profiled, get your details, and that will proceed to you getting all the necessary tools that you need for this registration, which is also the VPN, right? Now we have established one thing. Number one, your IT person creates you as a device user. After you've been created as a device user, software installed and every other thing, you need a VPN to send the job or your registration into the National Identity Database. Now we have gotten the background of what we want to do. Okay? So what are the things that happens with this device? What are the things that happens with this device? All right? After you have been created as a device user, the next thing, I don't start telling you what happens at the back, how they have set you guys or your centers as approved centers, all that you don't. But you should know that for you to have a device to do this enrollment, you must have been created as a user. And your login credentials into that software must have been sent to you via email. So those of you that have not familiarized yourself with your mails, you must know how to check your mails, know how to access your mails, because most of these things, feedbacks you'll be getting, are channeled through your mails. All right? So let us begin with installation of the software on your Android device. Right? Now a link is sent to you to download. If it was a section I normally have for other people, I would have asked primarily how many of us or how we do download applications on our phones. Many of us download applications through Play Store, right? You use your Play Store if you are an Android user, and if you are familiar with the iOS, you also have the way you get these applications on your devices. But here, a link will be sent to you. A link will be sent to you. Once that link has been sent to you, you download that link and download the application on that device. Now, there are important things that you also need to know, that your device that you're going to use for this enrollment, it does not have the ample space for you to be doing enrollment using your device for other activities. No, you are going to channel this device strictly for enrollment, so that you don't have other applications that will be running at the background that will be affecting the software. So it is expected that your device must have enough space that can take the software that is downloaded. Now, after you have downloaded that software, the next thing we want to do is that we want to certify the device. You want to certify this device. So meaning that, yes, I am a user of this device. I also want to let NIMSI know that this is the device I'll be using for this enrollment. So a request, an activation request from that device will be sent. And all these things have to do with onboarding a device. Okay? An activation request is sent to say, I, Mr. Lukman, with my name, all the necessary information, I'm the one that will be using this device. You send the activation request. Now, the beautiful thing is that this activation request comes to your company and it also gets to NIMSI. So there's an approval on the side of your company to say, yes, we are aware that Mr. Lukman is coming on board in Kano, and they approve that device request to be activated, right? After it has been done, NIMSI also approves that device in their own records to say, yes, we are aware that this device is also coming on board. So that is where we are, device activation. Can I get the... Yes, so that I can be... Okay. All right. So after installation, after you've installed, sent your activation request, like I said, a login is sent to your email to say that you are the user of that device. Your login usually bears your NIN and a password, right? That is what we're saying there. Now, the next thing we want to do is that we want to connect our VPN. We want to connect our VPN, which is the 40 client VPN that connects us to the National Identity Database. That is the tunnel which all our works gets into the database. All right. So now let me also establish that it is NIMSI that issues the VPN. NIMSI is the one giving you a connection into the National Identity Database. And they have credentials that they will also send after this, after all the documentation has been done for you as an enrollment officer, right? They send you your credentials with your username and your password. Now we have established two things. Number one, that it is your IT admin of your company that creates you as a device user. After you have been created, you get a login into the software. The login is for you to connect or to launch the software that you use for the enrollment. Okay? What NIMSI is giving you is that they are providing you with a VPN connection that allows any enrollment, any registration you are doing with that device to get into the national identity database. So presently we are using the 40 client VPN. You can see it there, NIMC VPN. You put your username and your password and you connect. Now, once you connect, what it has successfully done is that it has established a connection between your device and the database. It is a two-way connection. It means that that device at that moment can send enrollment into the database. Okay, it can send enrollment into the database, and it can also query the database to say, can I get the enrollment or the NIN for the registration that I've just done once your VPN is connected? You can see how important these tools are for you to register with. Okay, so now this is where we do you send your device activation request. You fill in your names and you submit. Your IT admin sees the request, he approves. On the side of NIMC, they also approve. Okay, that is what we have on our Android enrollment activation. So after that, the next thing now is for you to launch the software from you launch the software from your desktop. Okay, once you launch, it's going to prompt you to input your username and your password, right? Now, if you are a fresh person, that is coming on board newly, which I expect for those are fresh people that are just signing up for the first time, that is what we require of you. We need to onboard the user. If Mr. Lukman is going to use this device and Mr. Lukman is coming on board for the first time, it means Mr. Lukman will be onboarded. When we speak this onboarded, it means to register Mr. Lukman on that device. That is a breakdown of all this big English. To register Mr. Lukman on that device. Meaning that anytime Mr. Lukman wants to use that device to register, that device recognizes Mr. Lukman as a user of the device. I hope these things are clear. I really wish I could see many of us so that I can be getting the feedback from us. But nevertheless, I hope we are getting what I'm explaining to us. So Mr. Lukman puts in his login details and password, and it brings him to the home page where he needs to onboard, where he needs to be configured on that device as a user of that device. Now, before now, I learned yesterday class, they told you of a two-factor authenticator. Before now, it's just your login that you use to log in. Okay? Now, these are the additional features that have been imputed on this particular enrollment device that you'll be using to capture for the ID4D project. There's a two-factor authenticator that has been imputed that does not only satisfy your login credentials, it also validates your fingerprints, which is your biometrics. Now, Mr. Lukman, as a new person that is going to use this device will prompt Mr. Lukman to impute his 10 fingerprints on that device. He's going to impute his 10 fingerprints on that device, and it will be stored on that device, right? Now, what this thing has successfully done is that this thing has registered Mr. Lukman's biometrics on that device, meaning that not only with me will Mr. Lukman impute his login details, that is his username and password, that him supplying his biometrics, that is his fingerprints, means that every point in time he needs to log in, this software will ask him to place any of his finger before the software can launch. These are additional features that has been imputed. Before now, you just put your username and password and you log in and you start doing your enrollment. So what does this tell us? It tells us that before now, Mr. Lukman can fetch one secondary school young boy that just left school and say, come and sit down in my shop or my kiosk. Come and be capturing people for me. And he just put his login details. He goes for another business. But we are saying, no, this is no longer business as usual. For you to say you want to do the ID4D project, you must be fully involved. You must be committed and you must show yourself available. So for every point in time that Mr. Lukman logs in, his biometrics will be requested. And not only for him to log into the software. After successful filling some information, before he proceeds to the next stage, it will also prompt him to confirm that Mr. Lukman is still the one capturing people for NIN. I hope we begin to familiarize ourselves with this new development. That there is a two-factor authenticator that is not only for you to log into the software, but that it also at every point in time confirms that you are still logged in, that you are still the one doing the enrollment. All right? So that is what the onboarding is all about. The onboarding is all about making sure that Mr. Lukman is the one that is always using that device. The good thing too is that we can onboard as much as 5 persons on that device. So if Mr. Lukman has 4 other people that wants to be doing the enrollment with him with the device, all of them can be onboarded on that device. Meaning if Mr. Lukman is not around and Sadiq is around, Sadiq can carry the device, put his own credentials, put his fingerprints, and he proceeds. If Teresa is around, Teresa can put her own credentials, put her fingerprints, and Teresa can proceed with that device to do enrollment. So we are not constrained that it is only one person. No, you can onboard as much as 5 people on that device. Okay? So these are the new features that have been imputed on the device. So that is what onboarding of the user on that device means. And your two-factor authentication to log into the device. Now that we have logged into the device, this is practically what we are going to see. This is the home page of what we'll see, just like you have been seeing on your Android devices. Okay? You have your folders there that shows you enrolled citizens, records sent, confirmed records, failed synchronization. Then you are very much aware that the project is all about adult registration and child registration, CR new and ER new. Okay? CR new and ER new. This is the homepage of the Android device that you'll be using. All right? Then below, you have your capture, you have your personalization button, you have your reports, and you have your account. Right? Those are the buttons below. So this is what the homepage of your Android dashboard looks like. But we are concerned about capturing for adults and capturing children. So I'll run us through quickly on how to capture. Many of us are already in the business of capturing already. But what I'll be stressing more are the new features that we have imputed on the software. So we now know and we'll begin to prepare our minds and familiarize ourselves with all these things, right? All right, so the enrolled citizens under that folder shows you total count of enrollments that you have done. Let's say Mr. Lukman sets out to go to one local government in Surulere or Surulere to capture at a particular location. And he captured 48 people that day. First of all, he is going to see it there under enrolled citizens that he enrolled 48 people. It is expected that if Mr. Lukman VPN is connected at the point of registration, this record will be sent. That is the next stage. So the 48 record is expected to be sent. Now, when the 48 record is sent to the database, before you now get feedbacks for confirm, many other things would have happened. Meaning the records that have successfully synchronized, that have generated NIN, or that has gotten a hit, all of them will fall under confirmed records. All right. And there, the ones that have been successfully dealt with, we move from record sent to confirmed records. It does not mean that all confirmed records have NIN. Some confirmed records might have a hit, which means a previous registration already exists on that person's record. Okay? A confirmed record could also show you that this particular registration has generated NIN. The failed synchronization means that it's likely when you were doing this enrollment, your VPN was not connected to see through that enrollment got into the database. So it's going to return a failed synchronization to you. All right. So these are things that you must understand basically using the Android device. So at every point in time, you must know that you have to connect your VPN for all enrollments that you have done to successfully be sent to the National Identity Database. Now, the beautiful thing with this project is that the ID4D has put in place every measure to take care of the basic questions that we ask. That how do we now know that is a double registration? How do we now communicate to the people? How do we get our stuff resolved? In the classes that will come ahead after my own section, you will hear from people on how those issues can be addressed. Is that clear? On how those issues can be addressed. If you encounter any problem on the field, the proper channel, they have put in place all these channel, all these questions of we don't know who to send to, we don't, no, they've all been taken care of, right? So all that has been handled in the project that you are coming on board to do. Okay. So we want to see what it is to capture an adult, right? So the things that you need to know is that when you come to a location and you need to capture an adult, the software, they've imputed a verification before enrollment feature on it, meaning you must verify the applicant that you want to capture first before you proceed with enrollment. Okay? Now, you select any of the fingers of the applicant, either left thumb, right thumb, index, right index, left index, and you run a scan. After you run a scan and you check, of course, we all know the reason why we have to impute this feature on this software. You don't want to have a crowd of 20, 40, 100 people. And out of the 100 people, 50 of them had already registered. And you are busy channeling all your energy, arranging them, wasting your time, instead of channeling that time to the right people that you need to capture. So there is a need for us to put a verification before enrollment feature that allows you to verify first. Once you see that this person has registered before, you don't need to waste your time. If he needs a reprint, you direct him to the appropriate quarters to get a reprint of slip. If it is a fresh enrollment, you now proceed to capture that person, right? So once you have done the verification before enrollment, you confirm and it shows you that this person has not registered before. It brings you to the first process. I'll be merging two topics now. I'll be talking on Android and I'll be talking on the enrollment process too. It brings you to the first process of using the device, which is demographic, for you to fill the demographic of that applicant you are capturing. Let me don't speak big English. Demographic simply means the information that person has filled on the form. That is the biodata, the person's name, the person's date of birth, the state of origin, the country, all those information that you normally fill. That is what you start filling. Okay? Now, Mr. Ajayi stressed some important things you need to know about the quality of data that you bring into our database. And I have to reiterate it here that it is important that you look carefully while typing in people's information, because it does not tell well of you as someone that have been trained that people come to your center or you move about to capture people and all you do is to make mistakes or errors in people's information. It does not tell well as an enrollment officer. So you need to type in people's name correctly. And another thing I do tell people when I train them is that you must engage these applicants. Sir, please kindly confirm your names. Check the spelling of your names. Okay? These things are important so that you get us quality data into our database. We already know the implication of not getting quality data for some people. You have denied them basic services because they can't access the service either in the bank or immigration because of an error in their name or something. So please, as an enrollment officer, don't be the one to make mistakes in people's records. Please, I plead with you. Okay? So take your time, fill in their records correctly. Another important thing you need to take note of is the date of birth. This person must have submitted some document that has the correct date of birth. So go through it together with them and ensure you impute the correct date of birth for that person, right? Now, after you have imputed all this information, the next thing we want to do is we want to take the fingerprint of that applicant. We want to take the fingerprint of that applicant. Like we already know, the formation that we use for our NIN registration when it comes to taking fingerprint is 442. 442 for football lovers is a formation that people use in playing. But when it comes to fingerprint, that is how the fingerprint scanner has also been conditioned to take the 10 fingers of these applicants. Basically, when we talk of fingerprint, people will always raise issues. Mr. Casey, what of people that are amputated? What of this? What of that? What of people that we cannot capture their fingerprint? Like I said, this ID4D project, all these concerns have been taken care of. And there are channels and centers that have been selected to address such issues. As you are coming on board, they will be letting you know each and every one of those centers where these issues can be easily resolved. Okay? So now, once we take fingerprints, we'll start with our right 4 fingers. You must have been sure that your fingerprint comes on, the light is on. And another important thing is that there is a sensor on that fingerprint scanner depending on the device you're using. Whether the combo device, whether the one you need to attach externally, the fingerprints to the device. Whichever one, there is a sensor on that device that allows that person to place their hands very well. Now, if they don't place their hands very well on that fingerprint for that sensor to detect it, their fingerprints will not be picked. Their fingerprints will not be picked. As we proceed in the training or in our practical session, most of these things will be shown to us so that we can see them clearly and we understand better what it entails, right? Now you take your 4 right, 4 left, and 2 thumbs. Please always ensure that this applicant place the proper hand on the scanner. We've also put up measures when taking fingerprints to be able to detect that it is the wrong hand that was placed. All these things are already there. But you, as an enrollment officer, you have to be double sure. Look at the applicants while you are directing them to place their fingers on the scanner. Okay? So you take 4 right, take 4 left, and 2 thumbs. Now, for children that are under age, like 0 to 1 to 2, that might have challenges when taking their fingerprints, there are options for you to bypass those fingerprints in the software. Okay, for children, there are options for you. You select the particular finger and you give the reason why you are not capturing that finger. That is for anything that has to do with skipping of fingers for children. Okay, Now, after you have taken the fingerprints, you proceed to the next thing. Now, this is another additional feature that is imputed on the software. We are done taking the fingerprints of the applicant, the 442. Now, Mr. Lukman will need to come and sign in again before you can proceed to take your picture. That is the stage where Mr. Lukman is verified again to ensure that he's still the one doing this enrollment. This is the two-factor authentication that we have put in place to ensure that partners that are coming on board, they are the ones that see through this enrollment process from beginning till end. Okay? So it's either you decide that, yes, I'm ready for this project, and you get your devices and you man your device like every other thing, because the ID4D is paying you for every successful NIN generated. So you must own up the business. You must take full ownership of the business. You don't need to sublet or give to somebody. You must be the one in charge. All right? So that is very, very important. A second verification is done to confirm that it is still Mr. Lukman that is capturing that applicant. Okay? Now, at this point, many of you used to do some funny things. You can pick anybody's fingerprint. Like I say, Mr. Lukman's fingerprint had already been stored on that device. Any other fingerprint imputed to bypass this process, it will clearly tell you that that is not the enroller's fingerprint. Is that clear? Is that clear? So that is that on the verification. After he has been verified, it brings him to the next page where we take the photo of the applicant. Now, we already know that there are checks to activate our capture button on this taking picture. There are checks. And the two checks that has been imputed, number one, there is a liveness test that have been imputed to confirm that the applicant you are capturing, that man, that woman, that boy, that girl is there with you. You are not capturing a passport photo. There are liveness checks that have been put in place. So number one is either the person winks the eye, that is what we call the blink event, or a smile event. The camera will ask, or the software will ask that applicant that you are capturing to smile. And once the camera detects that, yes, that person in front of you is smiling, it activates the camera. The camera button is activated for you to take a shot. Now, it is also important that we know that the quality of picture that you bring into our database is important to us. It is very, very important. Mr. Ajayi, my good friend, stated it yesterday that the background color for all your passport photos should be light gray background. And now I want to also state that the quality of picture that you bring to our database is important to us. Many of us on the streets, you go to snap passport photo, either to open bank accounts, to do one or application or one thing or the other. And when you get there, the photographer will sit you down on a stool and we put a backdrop or a background color for the kind of passport that you want. And the guy will tell you, sir, look at my camera. Not only will he tell you to look at the camera, sometimes if he feels you are not looking properly, he comes and he adjusts you. He will put your neck, he just sets you up. What do you think that guy is trying to do? He's trying to get a quality picture that falls into the category of a passport photo. It is expected of us, for those of us that are signed up for this project, that the quality of passport photo that you bring into our database meets all the requirements. Above all, it should meet the ACAO standard, right? You set the person properly, tell him, sir, ma, please look at my camera, okay? And you take your shot. Now, once you take your shot, your eyes that has been given is for you to check to say, oh, this picture that I've taken or this passport that I've taken is okay. If you feel the passport you have taken is not okay, my brothers, my sisters, there is nothing wrong for you to take that shot again. There's nobody holding cane to flog you to say, why are you snapping again? Nobody. You are ensuring that you are bringing in quality data into the national identity database. So you take the shot again to ensure that you bring in quality passport photo into our database. Now, because you're going to be going to different nooks and crannies of Nigeria, you might likely say, that place that I went to is a marketplace. I didn't see any place to get. Please, don't get us pictures with such background. That you take picture, you see someone, you see one face, you see other people's face behind that person. It does not make any sense. It does not make any sense. We are talking of bringing standard quality data into our database. Passport photo is part of the quality data that we expect of you. Please ensure you meet all the requirements. We don't capture with caps. We don't capture with eyeglasses. All these things are things that Mr. Jai told us yesterday. All right? I don't need to waste our time on this. So after we have taken our passport photo, the next process is for the applicant to sign their signature. Okay? So you give them the device. They sign their signature on your screen. And once you confirm that everything is okay, you can see that good sign there. You click on it to continue. All right? Once you continue, it brings us to the next thing, which is for us to scan the means of identification or the documents that person brought. Mr. Ajayi told us yesterday that these things are important, that that person must bring a means of identification. We don't want you to capture random people for us into our national database. Okay? In as much as the NIN does not confer citizenship on you, it is also important that it is the right people that are captured into the database. So whichever document that person brought, there's a list of documents that we accept as supporting documents or means of identification documents, right? So it's either you use the camera of the device to snap and crop, scan that device, scan that ID or the document and keep, or you already snap and put in a folder that you must have created for this particular exercise in the device. Okay? That is the beautiful thing with Android. So it gives you, it is compact, it allows for flexibility for the process for you to do all these things. So after you have scanned, cropped the ID or whatever the person brought, the next thing you want to do, which is the beautiful thing I like about Android, is that it shows you a preview page for the person to now confirm that everything you have imputed is correct. Okay? At this stage, before you submit, which is like a double check so that you don't bring in error into our database. You don't need to rush. We are not paying you for being fast to do enrollment. That is not the reason why we are paying you. We are paying you for capturing quality data into our database, and that data was able to generate NIN. That is the reason why you are being paid. All right? It's not that you are fast. Nobody is rewarding you for being fast. Okay? So please and please, there is a preview page for you to now go through everything you have typed, confirm the names, the arrangement of the names, everything. Once the applicant confirms with you that everything you have imputed is correct, you click on continue and you proceed. If you feel there's any mistake on whatever you have typed, there's an edit button there. The edit button allows you to edit whatever it is that needs to be corrected. And once you have edited, you can now proceed and come back to where we are. So after that, the attestation of that I hereby enroll, all the normal things to confirm. And you click the accept. I accept. Then you click your submit button. Now, once you submit, a tracking ID is generated for that particular registration. Okay? And what we call it is an enrollment transaction slip. An enrollment transaction slip clearly tells you that someone walked into you and you did a particular registration for that person, either child registration or adult registration. Something must show that a registration was done, and that is the transaction slip. Okay? Now let us go through this transaction slip to know things that are important. So you see the passport of the person you've captured. Your name as the enroller of that person will appear on the slip. The name of the person you've captured will appear on the slip. Okay, the date that person was captured will be there. And another important thing on that slip is what I call the tracking ID. Now, for those of us that have pen and biro, you can write down these things so that it shows that you are in a training section. You jotted down some things. They taught you new things. Okay? For our freshers, please, these things are important. Write them. That a tracking ID is alphanumeric. A tracking ID is alphanumeric, which means that a tracking ID exists as numbers and alphabets together. Okay? A tracking ID is alphanumeric. A tracking ID is 15. When you count it, it is 15. Numbers and alphabets, when you count all of them together, it is 15. Okay? Now, because it is alphanumeric, it means in a tracking ID, you can see 0 and you can see O. You must have that ability to differentiate which one is 0, which one is O. You should be able to also differentiate which one is 1, which one is I, which one is B, which one is 8, which one is Z, which one is 2. All these things, because they appear together, they are likely going to look the same. Okay? So you should be able to differentiate, to say this is this, this is that. Now, the important thing when it comes to tracking ID is that is what brought that person's record into our national identity database. That is what brought this person's record into our national identity database, right? Like you are also aware, the national identity database has over 100 million records in the database. Okay? Now, if Mr. Lukman captures one Mrs. Esther for a first time, Mrs. Esther is registering for NIN. Let us also understand what happens behind so that we can know how NIN is generated. Mrs. Esther comes to Mr. Lukman for registration. They take her records, take her fingerprint, take everything, and submit the registration. After submitting the registration, Mrs. Esther's record gets into the database of over 100 million people. Now, her record has her names, her fingerprints, her passport photo, everything together as it comes into the database. Now, there's what we call a deduplication process that is done by the ABs. Mr. Clarence said these things in his class yesterday. That deduplication process allows this record of Madam Esther that has come in to be checked against the millions of records already in that database. Now, after checking in the database, if Madam Esther's record already exists, if the record does not exist before in that database, that Madam Esther's record that came in as a first time in our database is stored with a number. Is stored with a number, and that number is the NIN. So when we say NIN, it means it is a person's identity. Everything about a person is tied to that number. Okay? That is why we say it can be verified, it can be authenticated. All these things about the NIN is why it is being used for every service delivery organization. Because it tells who you say you are. It tells who you say you are. And that is why as NIMSI, we are also concerned about the quality of data that you bring into our database, so that you don't deny people their basic services because of wrong records that was captured for them. Okay? So now we can now see the importance of this tracking ID. In the morning when I started, I told you that the VPN allows you to do registration, which means the VPN allows this registration that you have done for Madam Esther to get into our database. The same VPN, as it is connected, it also allows you to query the database to say, okay, I have captured Madam Esther. Can I get the NIN for Madam Esther? That VPN, as it is connected, it allows you to make such query, to query the database to say, can I get the NIN for Madam Esther? And there is a feature on this application, on the software, that allows you to query the database. And that feature on your Android device is what we call personalization. Personalization. Okay? Personalization is an important feature that allows you to impute the tracking ID. That is what you use to query the database to say, can I get the record of this person that I have captured? It's going to tell you, oh yeah, put the tracking ID of the person that you have captured. So while imputing the tracking ID, that is where I said it is important you know the difference between 0 and O, 1 and I, 2 and Z, B and 8, and other things. Why type in? Type in the correct information. And once you type in the correct information and you personalize, it's going to bring out the NIN slip if that person is capturing for the first time for NIN. Now, if that person has registered before, it's going to give you an error. And we all know why it's going to give you an error. Because that person's record already exists in the database. So if the person comes again, it will tell you that this person has registered before. All right? So as we are coming on board now, we'll be going to some new places where you feel maybe those people have never registered before. If you register and the person, when you are personalizing, it does not bring out NIN slip for you, ID4D has put measures in place for you to escalate to say, please, can we get feedback on this particular registration and why it is not generating the NIN? Those feedback mechanisms will always tell you that that person has registered before. Look at the previous registration. Look at the old tracking ID. So you don't need to stress yourself, okay? All you need to know is familiarize yourself with all the channels of communication. Communication is the key in this project that you are coming on board to do for ID4D. There are channels that have been put in place. You must know all those channels. Other people that will be coming on board will educate us on those channels, and we must tap in. So all those excuses we used to give him before, I don't know who to send it to, is that all those things have been taken care of. There are channels that have been put in place for you to always escalate any issues that you have with regards generating NIN for people that you capture. All right? So that is that on how to generate NIN. Another important thing for us is a child enrollment, because you are going to likely capture a child or an adult. So what is the key factor for a child? A child will not just walk to you and say, uncle, capture me for NIN. No. Somebody must present that child for registration, either the parent or the guardian of that child. Someone must bring that child to say, capture my child. Okay? Now, any person that is presenting a child for registration must have registered and have a valid NIN. That person must have registered and have a valid NIN. So the first thing for a child registration using the Android device is that it's going to ask you for the parent's NIN. I guess Mr. Ajayi must have taken this thing yesterday. He must have educated us that part of the requirement for capturing a child is that it's going to ask for the parent's NIN, the parent or the guardian NIN. So when it has to do with capturing a child, if you click on it, new, Bakam, it will tell you the first thing, imputes the NIN of the parent or the guardian. So once you impute the NIN of the parent or the guardian, it brings you to the biodata page where you begin to type in the information of the child, the surname of the child, the first name of the child, the middle name of the child, the date of birth, select gender for the child, either male or female, the address of the child, country of birth, and all. You begin to just type everything for the child. After you have finished typing the bio data, the next thing is for you to take fingerprint of the child. For those ones that can put their hands on your fingerprint scanner, allow them to place their hands and take their prints. But for the little ones, newborn babies, all those small ones that can't place their hand, you have the skip option to skip their fingerprints. Okay? For child registration. So that is that for child registration. After you've done that, you snap picture of the child. Children don't sign signature. So you proceed to scan the birth certificate or whatever document that child must have provided for you. Of course, you know a child cannot give you voter's card because voter's card is issued from 18 and above. A child cannot give you driver's license because driver's license is issued from 18 and above. Okay? Birth certificate, primary school certificate, any other document that that child can provide as a child is accepted for you to accept and capture that child. After all this has been done, a tracking ID is generated for the child. Every registration you do, whether CR new or ER new, a transaction slip that carries the tracking ID is generated. So how do you issue the child the NIN? The same personalization is what you use to impute the tracking ID and issue NIN to that child. Okay? So these are the processes using the Android device to capture people for registration and issue them NIN. Another important thing that you need to know about the Android device is how to get your reports. How to get your reports. In as much as we have mechanisms that tells us number of enrollments that you do or that you have done over a period of time, your device can also give you a first-hand information of the number of enrollments that you have done with your device. Okay? So under your device, we have reports. Look at it there. There's a button there that has reports. So once you click on the report, it is going to ask you what exactly reports do you want to check? What is the exact report you want to check? Is it enrollment log? Is it user activity log or enrollment slip? It wants to know what exactly are you checking. Okay? We want to check enrollment log. We want to check how many enrollments has been done with that device that Mr. Lukman is using in Kano from that date that they said, oh yeah, Mr. Lukman, start capturing people. How many enrollment has been done? You are going to select start date, the date Mr. Lukman started, and the date in question that you are checking. Okay? Under select report type, you select enrollment log or user activity or any of them that you want to check. Then you run reports. It brings out everything or every person that Mr. Lukman has used that device to capture. Okay? So that is part of the features that are on the Android to allow us to get, even we, before anything, you already know number of enrollments that were done. So when they now tell you, you did total of 50 enrollments, but out of that 50, 30 generated, and you already know. These things are transparent processes that have been put both on the software and in our back end to ensure that what you say you have done is what you have done. No arguments. So these are feedbacks that you can use to get to even know before time. Okay? And that is that on the NIN registration using Android enrollment application. All right? So once again, I want to thank you all for listening. I will entertain as much questions as we can ask for this section before we prepare for our next section. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all. Mr. Fikovin Investments, that is Deborah. Please, if you can hear us, kindly unmute your mic and ask your question, Deborah. Okay, let me go through the chat to read out questions that I've seen. All right, let me start from that one there. J5 World Ventures is asking, ER enrollment does not require pre-verification. How do we know if a child has an existing NIN before proceeding with the capturing, since the feature of pre-verification is not included, unlike adults? Okay, that is clear. Like I said, children, their parents bring them. Okay, their parents bring them for enrollment. So once a parent brings, no parents want to stress themselves going up and down, carrying their child for double registration or for, all right? But nevertheless, we have mechanisms at the back that can always help us know if a child has registered before. But for you, once they bring the child to you for registration, all you need to do, capture the child, impute the parent's name, capture the child. Okay? If there's nothing for verification for children from the front side, you can't see it. Okay? Then another thing I failed to say when capturing a child is that the only reason a child registration will fail, the only reason a child registration will fail is if the NIN of the parent or guardian imputed is not correct. So let us have that at the back of our mind, that you captured a child and the NIN is not generating. Just know that the NIN of the parent or the guardian you have imputed is not correct. The next question, Naya Technology Solution is asking, sir, if you capture a registry fingerprint, but its face failed to be captured, how can you do? I don't know what you mean by face failed to capture. Okay. For the software, a face must be captured. The person is not a spirit. So a face will always be captured before you can proceed to the next stage. You cannot move to the next stage if you can't capture. So that's why we are taking you through this section so you understand that first of all, set that person very well. Let the person be looking straight into the camera. After the liveness check have been done for the person to smile or wink, then you capture. You capture. Okay. Please, how do we do onboarding or register to our device? Naya, if you had joined the class earlier on, that is practically what I said. All right. Onboarding simply means I am registering Naya as someone that will be using this device in a particular location that has been approved. Right. So I'm going to onboard Naya as a device user, both her fingerprint or his fingerprint and the login details for him to be able to use that device. That is what onboarding simply means. All right. Okay. So for the enrollee, what kind of ID can be present at the time of enrollment, and what if they don't have none? So it goes as much as we have a list of documents that can be presented. All right. Worst case scenario for when they don't have, you tell them to get a letter from the traditional ruler of that particular location where they are. These are things that you can simply, okay, to say, I know this person, this letter covers, please capture this person. That letter alone suffices as a means of identification for that person. Okay. So my question is, if a child didn't have any certificate like in a village, what will be going? There should be a chief of that village that identifies that child. Once that chief writes something, say, I know this child, any documents or whatever the chief writes or the village head writes. Of course, there are other people that will also take us on classes to tell us how we break through in villages. You don't just come to people's village and start capturing. Your presence must have been announced. They must know that you're coming, and they must have made preparations. While you are announcing your presence, all the necessary preparations must have been done. So you are not coming to capture random people. No, you must have, they must have said, so people are coming, all necessary documents. If the chief has to sign for, they would have prepared all the things that you need. Okay. Three Face said, good morning, sir. Please explain more about the process to retrieve NIN for someone that has been enrolled already. Now, first thing first, if you have enrolled before, the pre-verification portal on the software can first of all detect that you have registered before. Okay? In a case where the verification is down and you couldn't verify the person and you went ahead to register that person, I said that ID4D has put measures in place for you to escalate to say, okay, we want to get feedback. Why didn't this person's name generate? They have put measures in place. Okay, so once you submit the new tracking ID for the person you've captured, they will tell you this is the person's previous record. Okay, so communication is the key in this particular project that you are coming on board. All right. Okay, instead, where an individual has been registered but lost the name slip and comes to the office, how can one receive the name? All these things are things that you just, through the channel that have been provided for you, submit the request for the person that has captured before, and they will print and give out the name slip. Your own job, let me explain these things clearly to us. Your job, just go out there, capture people that have not captured for NIN. That is all that you should be concerned about. Okay, any other thing around it, channels have been put in place where you just report that, okay, I captured this person, and the person did not get the name. You just drop the report, they will take it up. Okay, so all the energy you should be channeling now is, how am I going to break new areas? That is what you should be concerned about. Capture people for us. That is what we want you to do. All right. Thank very much for those of us with old version of the NIMSI app. With the old one be automatically updated. That will be done, Jubilee. For this particular exercise, that will be done. All right. My name is Emmanuel Mba. What happens in a situation where no document is presented for a child? I've already answered this question. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Once again, I want to thank you all for the session. Thank you. Let me hand over to our coordinator. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone, for being a part of this first level presentation done. We'll have like 20 minutes break. When we are back, that is what's the time now? By 10:40 thereabout, the second presentation will come on. Please, you can equally step aside to take your tea break while we meet by 10:40. Thank you very much. Hello. So we want to keep moving. The next presentation will be on the security management services. And that is going to be taken by the duo of Usman Gidado and Foluke Olatumbosun. Those are the two gurus that will do justice to that topic. So I want you people to pay great attention to this particular presentation because it's going to guide you on the security tools you need to arm yourself with as you now go into the enrollment proper, go into the interland, go into the Greeks, go into the hardest of the hardest terrain to do this enrollment. So the tips you are going to get from this presentation will be of great importance in guiding you for a safe and successful enrollment. So, Mr. Kidado, Madam Foluke, I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to you all participants. My name is Usman Muhammad Gidado, and I want to take you through with the security awareness training for the front-end partners. And with my colleagues here, she is going to also give you the detail of where we are going to. Security as you are all aware, is everybody business. And like the coordinator has rightly said, you are going to some areas that you have never been before. So you have to take some security measures ahead of you. What we are going to do is to create awareness. You are all aware about the high risks of insecurity we are in this country. So as you are going out your normal business, we advise you and guide you, and you follow the SOP accordingly so that we can all achieve the project, the goal and objective. What we have here is the table of contents, the introductions, the objective of the training, and what is expected you to know, the key trade across the country, the lot of trade that you need to consider before going into that businesses. Then your personal security. Your safety is more important than anything. Unless when you are safe, then you're able to do your normal businesses. Then we are going to talk about personal behavior. You have to behave very well anywhere you find yourself, more especially in the remote areas where you are going to work. You meet a different people that you have never been there before, so you have to behave well. And then we are going to talk about traveling, vehicles, and driving. Most of you will be traveling, look and corners far away with your personal vehicles, with official vehicles, and you have to be very, very careful. And then we are going to talk about the NIMSI responsibilities. What is expected NIMSI to do for you when you find, when you have an issue, and the reporting line and so on. Then it is expected you have to play your own role as a front end person, as a front end, front end, what do you, as a front end for in case of any incidents. There's going to be a role you play and the incidents. The next is the incidents reporting and response. Then we'll now conclude. So at this junction, I'm going to hand over the mic to my colleagues. She can now take you through for the presentation, please. Thank you.
Good morning once again, and I want to welcome every one of us. I think my colleague has, in a way, introduced me, but once again, my name is Foluke Olatubosun. So I'm going to be taking us through these security management plans. Like he has rightly said, we have, as front-end partners, you have your target. Your responsibility is to enroll citizens. But we all agree with me that security is of great importance, because if you are not secure where you are, you can definitely not achieve that aim. In fact, nobody will come to you. So that is why I want us to take this session very, very serious. Okay, can we, the slide, please? Okay, security. I'm sure when you hear the word security, first thing that comes to your mind is your safety. Am I okay where I am? So it's not just about the physical now. It's cut across your psychology. You need to be sure that you're free from physical attack, from a psychological abuse, from violence, even from death. Food is even a security. Wherever you are, if there's no food, you are not secure. You can't even carry out that your job. So security is all encompassing. You need to be sure that you are okay before you can even do what you are meant to do. So there's a definition here that Omede 2024 sees security as a dynamic condition which involves the relative ability of a state to counter threats to its core values and interests. You must know how to counter whatever will threaten your security. before it even happens. So we need to be sure that whatever I need to do, I need to be secure. Also, it's not just about you now. The considering the kind of work you are doing, it's not just about you. Even the equipment, the infrastructures, everything you are using, you must be sure that they are in a safe condition. They must be protected from danger and any form of risk. And that's when we are talking about safety. It's a condition of being protected from danger, risk, or injury. It may be minor, it may even be major, but no matter the level, you must be sure you are safe. So we talk about, initially I mentioned psychological abuse. So that's your emotional stress. If you are not stable emotionally, you won't be able to do anything. So you need to be assured that where you are, some of you go to the villages, so you must be accepted. You may even find yourself where you have not been before. Some people, maybe because their culture, you are not on the same page. So first thing first, you ensuring that you are safe there is by making sure you are accepted, that these people love you, and then you'll be protected in that community wherever you find yourself. So it's not just about your physical security. It has to do with your mental, your emotional security as well. Next slide, please. So as we have been told that this is security management plan. So what we are presenting to you is what you need to use as your tool. Okay. What you need to use, and that is what we are presenting to you. Meanwhile, we know that front-end partners are in collaboration with NIMSI. So whatever we are giving you is what NIMSI also imbibe. So these SOPs we are giving you is from NIMSI Security Management Plan. And it talks about this NIMSI's culture, approach, and responsibility to ensure that the staff and assets are safe. So the same way NIMSI will handle our enrollment office, the same culture we imbibe, that's what we expect you to also imbibe. And that's why we are presenting this to you. So whatever we are giving you is the same thing that is applicable even in NIMSI. Objective of this training. So we need to ensure the safety and well-being of employee, visitors, and other stakeholders within the FEP's premises. As many that will come to you, they must be safe. If somebody comes to your center or your premise and maybe had an attack, the person was attacked, it's an issue for you. So you are not just looking out for yourself, you are looking out for the enrollees, the visitors that come around, your stakeholders, who must be sure that within your premises, there's safety. Also, like I said earlier, the physical assets, the gadgets you are using, your enrollment systems, everything, you must be sure they are safe from theft, vandalism, or damage. There are some things you may not even take serious. Some people can vandalize it and go and sell it for even a cheaper price, and they don't even know the value. So you must be sure that everything you are using, every of your equipment are safe from theft or damage. Then also, we should protect sensitive information, intellectual property, and data assets from unauthorized access. The person that talked about data security yesterday, I think he did justice to this. But I can say physically, maybe after you have enrolled, you have somebody's name on your table. What will you do? You turn it down. You don't leave it open, because you don't know who or what the intention of somebody else that comes in. Some people can just stand and be talking to you. You don't know they have already captured everything that is on your table. So that's how you can protect all those sensitive information. You don't leave things around. On your photocopy machine, you don't, or your printer, you don't print and leave documents carelessly. So that is you securing or protecting this data. So we must be sure everything we are using are safe. Also, we need to identify and assess potential security risk. The potential ones that are not, you must know this might cause a problem. You know, maybe like a perimeter fence is not your fence is not protected. Oh, we need to raise this in case of intruders. Oh, the barbed wires are falling. You need to check your surroundings. So you need to check all those things that can, pose threats to you and your job, and know how to mitigate them effectively. Also, you need to understand and respond to community concerns and perceptions. Each different community have their perceptions, which may even be totally different from your own. So you need to be sure so that this will not cause a threat to you or to your work. Like I said earlier, you need to be accepted. Some people, maybe because of what they are facing in that community, they don't even want to see government officials. They say these government people have come. So what do you need to do so that they will not even attack you? Even if there's going to be an attack, they will be the one to protect you. So you need to know your surrounding, what their perceptions are. If it's totally different from your own, you know how to make them accept your own, and you don't condemn their own as well. Then we need to identify the role and responsibility of all stakeholders with regard to security management. We have the civil defense, the DSS, the police. Those are the stakeholders. So you need to know what they are supposed to do for you at every point in time and how to contact them. So key threats across Nigeria. We are all Nigerians. We know all this: kidnapping, terrorism, vandalism, and some of them are peculiar to each location, each environment. So you need to know where you are. What is the threat that is peculiar to this environment I am, so that you will know how to guide yourself and to be protected against all this form of threats. Can be assassination. Some of us, we can look at ourselves that, who know me, I'm just, but the fact that you are carrying out national assignments, you are an asset. You are an asset. So you need to check. Other key threats are banditry, piracy, armed conflict, youth restiveness. You can just get somewhere and youth will just gather. Nothing happened. All of a sudden, you just say, let's go and do something. Maybe we'll get. Their intention may not even be to cause harm. They may just want to get money. And but if care is not taken, it can lead to, what is not planned for them. We have farmer herders conflict. This is not new in this country. So those are the things we need to take cognizance of, and which one is peculiar to the environment you are working. Okay, fine. Like we said, personal security. You yourself, you must be safe before you can carry out your assignment. So what are those things you need to do personally? Even when you have the police around guiding your equipment, you have the civil defense, but personally, there are some things you need to do. So before you work in your area, you must know or be briefed on the general security situation to enable you have an informed choice. Now, you should know, okay, this area, the peculiarities about kidnapping. So this when you're supposed to go out, when you're supposed to be in. So you should know what is happening in that environment. You should know the time you are not supposed to go out. In this particular area is very dangerous. Something happened to one of my friends. In fact, I think our car broke down along Airport Road in Abuja here. Luckily, police officers came. They said, "Madam, if you stay here in the next 5 minutes, it's a problem." So it means, they said later, the police told them that sometimes they just see dead bodies around. So that place was where those like kidnappers, let's say, that's where they operate. So thank God for the intervention of the police. They let them know that this area is not safe. So that's what you need to know. There are some areas that you don't stay there once it's at a particular time. Then also you need to do your own research. You need to do your own research, even when they have told you, maybe from the community, you have you have been briefed about how the location is. Also do your own research. This is very important So you need to have the detailed information of the location. You need to know the people's culture and political and security situation. Maybe a particular location that they are APC people, and you go there, you're talking and you're supporting another party, kind of. No, they will see you as an enemy. So you need to know their security situation, their culture, how they do things, and you can do that by yourself. The internet is there for us. The report, we have articles, books, newspapers. The social media is even very, very helpful now. You can even handle just with your phone, something will pop up. So then we need to be informed by doing our own research. That's the way of doing or being conscious of your personal security. Then again, we need to speak to others. Try to consult as many stakeholders as possible, plus civil society organization. Nobody's an island. Talk to people. How do they operate here? Even your colleagues, how do they operate here? Especially if it's a place that you are not familiar with. Don't just feel like I've come here to do my job and let me do my job and go. You need to talk to people. So these are the best way to develop a good awareness and understand the situation and the environment you are. So our personal security is very important, and we also, or you have responsibility to play even if you have stakeholders like police around. You have your own responsibility, and that's why we have said you need to be briefed of the environment. You need to do your own research, and you speak to others. Also, you need to be alert. You need to be alert. Keep your eyes and ears open. Be conscious of what is happening around you, especially unusual things. Like if on a very good day, this our market is not always like this. Why do they close early today? The market closes by 7, but you got there around 4. The market, everybody has gone home. What happened? You need to be alert. You need to know the environment, so that when there's an unusual thing, you know what to do at that particular time. You check. Well, once there's something, and you need to listen to your own feelings also. I don't know, maybe it's not everybody that may be good at that, but you should check. If your feeling is telling you something, leave that area immediately and find somewhere. Even if you have not found out the cause, you may not even have to find out what is the reason for that unusual situation. But first of all, go and get yourself secure. Just immediately leave that area. You cannot call somebody. I noticed the market closed early today. What could have been responsible for it? But you have already secure yourself. You have left that environment and you are safe. So you need to be alert at every point in time. Okay, then we talk about documentation. All FEPs you must always carry the following required documents. Nigerians, as long as nobody is checking us, you can say it doesn't matter. You must always be with your official ID card, so that somebody will be able to identify you. Even in case of an attack, somebody will say, God forbid, right? But we are trying to put all these things in measure. In case of an attack, you have your official ID card. Somebody can recognize you. You have your emergency contact. All these things should be handy. But in a situation whereby you cannot even be the one to talk, somebody can have access to these things and act. There's always your medical insurance. That's if you have it, let it be in place. Your driver's license is very, very important. So you may all these things, it is stated. Yeah, you must always carry your official ID card, your emergency contact. You may have it maybe in a diary, a little thing, always in your bag. So that's also very, very important. Then your personal behavior. We should take personal responsibility for being prepared for security problem. Don't wait for your organization to do this responsibility for you. You must take the initiative. Like I said earlier, if you notice there's maybe your fence is not properly it's not properly guided, you need to You don't say, "Ah, can they see it? Don't they know? Is it my work? My work is just to enroll." So it is your responsibility to take initiative, even if it's to alert or inform your superior that we need to take action on this. So then you, like we said that earlier, carry means of identification like your ID card, your phone number, and make sure your phone is always charged. That is also very, very important. You must make sure your phone is always charged, so that somebody wants to contact you and they cannot. Okay. And if you cannot be reached, is an issue. So make sure your phone is always charged, and always know where you are and be familiar with safe havens and health facility. Yes, we have also mentioned this, but we need to reiterate it that you should know wherever, maybe before you even start your work, make sure know all these places. In case of emergency, what's the distance between this place and the next hospital? Okay, this is the government hospital, but it's very far. Okay, this private hospital is closer. So all these things need to be in place. It may not even be for you, maybe for the applicants or your other colleague. So you should know safe place. Even if there's an attack or a threat, where can I run to? Where can I hide to? So that you won't go and run even to where the problem is. So we must be sure that all those things are in place. Then take personal responsibility for being prepared for security problem. Okay. In the event of any security threat, try and leave the area to a safe location immediately. Then inform your supervisor as soon as possible. So the first thing you do is to leave. Make sure you are safe. And immediately inform your supervisor. Don't wait to see how it will end. And when you are trying to run to a safe location, make sure you are not running to where the danger is. Like I said earlier, that's where you have to have studied the environment. Then initially when I started, I said this SMP is the culture and the approach of NIMSI. That's what we are bringing to you. In NIMSI, no enrollment officer is allowed to go to the house of enrollee. We have centers. They are meant to come. So the same thing is applicable to you. Where your center is, they should come and meet you for the enrollment. On no condition should you go to their houses for enrollment purpose. It's not acceptable. Then when you are traveling in rural areas, be prepared to stay overnight. You may not even, maybe that's not part of the plan. Your plan might even be to stay for just 2 or 3 hours. But as long as it's a rural area, please prepare. Anything can happen. Make sure you go with extra clothes, your food, your water, your medicine. Make sure, in case, if you don't use them, you come back with them. But always prepare, because anything, in case of eventuality. So when you are going to any rural area, be prepared to stay overnight. And if all is okay, you return back to your base if you don't have to stay. Then also your medical information, like your blog group, let it be handy. We said it earlier. Keep your record, your medical contacts accessible. So this also is applicable to your blog group, your genotype, then and prescription in a secure but accessible place. I have an excess supply of this prescription medication and hygienic material. So in case of any health challenge, let's make sure all these are in place. Then have a small pack of personal belongings ready, which you will take in an emergency evacuation. So when that means, as you are carrying out your duty, your job, be fully ready. Everything should be in place that will be of use to you, will make your work easier in case of any emergency. Also, yeah, we said it earlier, when you are traveling, some of you may be using the official vehicle, some it might be your personal vehicle. Always check that the location, the security situation of that location is okay. So make sure you check before you travel. Maybe you're supposed to travel tomorrow. We can, like we said earlier, ask question. You can even check on internet. I'm going to Zamfara tomorrow. What's the security situation as at today? So if there's if something happens today, you may have to postpone your journey. So you have to know before you embark on any journey, confirm the security situation of that place before you start your journey. Then before you travel, share your plan itinerary with somebody close to you or somebody you trust. You know, Nigeria, sometimes you can say, I don't want them to know I'm going anyway. You know, we can be afraid of village people, but this is not applicable here. Please let somebody know I'm going to a specific place, even if it's a friend, a colleague, or your supervisor. You're not working as an island. Let somebody know I'm going to so place. In case of emergency situation, we know what to do. Then keep your management informed of any changes to your travel plans or any delay. Like I said earlier, maybe after you have checked and discovered that, oh, there was okay, I'm going to Zamfara, but before I get there, there's a little security challenge, 3 hours to Zamfara. Then I must pass through that route. You have to inform your management that I may have to postpone this journey because the route I'll follow, there's a challenge. So you must keep them informed as long as there is any change in your travel plans. Then be clear about your arrival arrangements and know who is meeting you. Like you are going there for the first time. You know when you are going, what has been put in place, then who is meeting you, so that you won't fall into the wrong person's hand. Somebody can just come and portray himself, oh, I've been sent to receive you. Meanwhile, it's the wrong person. So from your supervisor, you're like, okay, you're meeting so person this at this time, this is who will take you to your hotel. So you have to be sure. If possible, they can show you the picture of the person so that when you are meeting, you know who you are meeting, not the phone number, the details of the person you are meeting, so that you won't fall into a wrong hand. Then check in advance with your office what you should do in the event of a problem, or if there's no other, if there's no one there to meet you. So okay, if you are just getting there and maybe you are the one to receive yourself, so you need to be sure with the office what you should do if you encounter any problem. Who do you talk to? Maybe you got to the hotel, you're not even sure of if you're booking, so just make sure everything is fine. Like we said earlier, it's about your safety. It's about your safety, even your psychology. So you must be sure that everything is in place before you get there. Then carry a list of emergency contact details, including names, addresses, phone numbers, and the names of reputable hotels at your destination. Okay, because if you get to a particular hotel and maybe it's fully booked, you need to go there. Then there are some hotels that if you go there, you may not even be able to sleep. So know the ones that are okay. And that is you making, all this information, get this information ahead before you proceed in that journey. You must know where to go to. There are some hotels that from night till dawn, they'll be singing, and you have assignment to do the following day. Maybe, and they didn't allow you to rest. So you know the ones you need to go. Then dress properly. They said the way you are dressed is the way you will be addressed. You look confident and dress properly so that they will know, maybe they got to say they are packing some criminals. And the way you are dressed, there's no difference. So you must dress appropriately. Then also, please, let's avoid traveling at night as much as possible. Sometimes the situation of the country, maybe you are traveling by road. Ordinarily, it's 5 hours trip, and you encounter maybe traffic somewhere. Fine. But that's an unusual thing. But try as much as possible. Some people even say, I prefer night journey. I prefer night journey. So if you know the number of hours you need to travel, leave very early. Later 7 a.m. Leave. So even when somebody can say, it's just 3 hours journey now, I can leave by 3. I'll get there by 6. But if you leave by 7 and anything happens, it can still accommodate you and you can still get there at a very good time. So always keep to time. If you know you're embarking on this journey, leave very early and keep the car windows closed and the doors locked. These are security tips that we are giving you. Make sure your window is always closed. Then your doors are pinned and locked, so that even if there's any event, it won't come to you like a shock. You must have known what to do first. And don't drive alone, especially at night. Have somebody with you. Think about driving in groups or convoy, even for short distance. If you are going in 2 or 3 and you have to go like 2 or 3 cars, drive in convoy. Don't go alone. It's very, very important. Then be on alert when your car is stationary, for example, at a road junction or traffic lights. Something may just, maybe something happened to your tire. You don't know if it's a strategy to attack you. So if anything happens and you're at a traffic light, some people have been robbed in traffic lights. Why we are waiting? That's why we said always keep your windows closed and doors locked. I know somebody that was just in traffic, but the car was not locked. So somebody just opened and carried the laptop. So before he could look, them transferred it. He couldn't even see the person. But assuming his car was locked, that person wouldn't have been able to rob him of his laptop. He couldn't get. So if your cars and your windows is closed, door locked, you will be safe from any form of maybe robbery at the traffic light or road junction. Okay, again, you should maintain adequate distance from your car and the vehicle. This is another tip. Make sure you are not too close. And as you are driving, you are calculating forward and backward. If you are driving and you notice that no vehicle is coming, you check 5-10 minutes. You need to check it. From the front also, you are the only one driving. Within 10 minutes, check. Is there anything happening in front or at the back? Then don't pick up people just on the way, all in the name of I want to help. You need to be very, very careful, because you don't know who you are picking. Some, as a way of helping, they have been involved in one danger or the other. Next time, please. Okay, NIMSI's responsibility. As NIMSI, we have channels of command, people that what we need to do. In as much as you have a responsibility, NIMSI also have responsibility. We have director of special duties that we liaise with external security agencies like DSS, the police, the other security agencies. So that's the role of director of special duty. We have CSO also. So anything about this risk assessment security plan is the one in charge. We have the head of security management also oversees all the physical asset. All this we are giving you so that you know that we have people and who you need to talk to when it comes to reporting line. Then we have the person also manages security risk assessment and incidents and supervises incident investigation and journey management. So these people are included. We have the zonal supervisors, we have the state officers, and we have especially you from wherever state you have people you report to, your state officers, they'll be the one to report to the next person, and it will get to the highest authority. So we have state desk officers that, okay, even if you are not the one, you need to let your supervisor know. So your supervisor will now liaise with the state desk officers, who will in turn meet the zonal supervisor. The zonal supervisor will report to the head of management, security management service, like that. So we have channel of command. These are, and everybody have their responsibilities and they know what to do. So that's what we do as NIMSI. Then you as FEPs, what are the things you need to do? What do you need to do in case of security incident? Firstly, that's why we are even doing this training. Like the tips we have given before, make sure you adhere to them and respond to such incidents by following SOP. You are going to have SOP, so you should follow how it is. Don't say, I know how to maneuver. So you must address strictly to all these guidelines. They are very, very important. Then for extreme incidents with critical risk implication, you are to immediately inform your supervisors. Immediately. Time is of importance when it comes to security. You must take action immediately. In case of any emergency, you must immediately inform your supervisor and your supervisor know who to talk to. And whoever is talking, as you're reporting, actions are taken immediately. Actions are taken immediately. Your response within 2 hours, you must let your supervisor know. As your supervisor is reporting to the next person, all these cases will be handled within 24 hours maximum. Any security challenge incident should not exceed 24 hours. But you as front-end partners, like I said, the first one is you to adhere to guidelines, and secondly, to report immediately. So you should immediately communicate any event, near means or safety or security to your supervisor, like I said earlier. Immediately to your supervisor, so the supervisor knows who to talk to. Then you are required to annex or gather all the related information regarding events, near miss, or incident. We'll talk more about this when we get to the incident report. Then these incidents are classified. Some are just medium, some are of high impact. So if it's just medium, like I said earlier, it should not be more than 2 hours. You should report immediately within 2 hours. Then you should also have the capacity to manage safety or first aid concern. It can be your team member may be involved in, maybe you don't need to wait. You should know some little first aid that you need to apply before you take that person to hospital. You should know the next thing to do as a front-end partners to be sure that you are safe, your colleague is safe, even enrollees are safe. Visitors that come to your premises, you should know some people may just be dehydrated and maybe passed out. What do you need to do? Then FEPs should attend security and safety training to help build resilience and capacity building. That's what we are doing now. Some people will feel like it's not necessary. And I said it earlier, if you are not secure, you cannot meet your target. You cannot enroll. So this training is of utmost importance. Anytime training is organized, make sure you attend. And if there's anywhere there's a safety training, make sure you're part of it. Then you should also take necessary measures to ensure the safeguarding of enrollment personnel. I told you earlier that as you are an asset because it's national assignment you are doing. So you and every enrollment personnel must be safeguarded. You must be sure that everybody is safe. So whatever little thing you need to do, you need to make sure you are on top of your game. Okay, I said earlier there's going to be this incident reporting and response. What happens if there's an incident? What should you do as an FEP? So if a significant event occurs, you should immediately report to the line manager. Your line manager is the first person you talk to. The line manager now talk to security desk officers that is provided to each state has security desk officers attached to them. So you must have the contact on how to get the person immediately. Very, very important. Like I said, as front-end partners, the enrollment officer immediately notify your line manager. Then your line manager will talk to the security desk officer of that state. Security desk officer will escalate to the zonal supervisor. I said we have channels of command. Then they will know what to do. By the time you inform your the desk officer, he knows who to talk to, who will handle it. Then the desk officer, the security desk officer will now report to that person reports to the zonal supervisor, who also talks to maybe the director of special duties, who knows that this particular situation can only be handled by DSS, or okay, this one can be handled by police, this can be handled by civil defense. So that your own job is to immediately report to your line manager. So by the time you tell your line manager, it will know who to talk to. And like I said, these incidents are categorized into two. When something happens, the first thing you do is just like you reporting. Then later, you now send a detailed report. I told us earlier that time is of utmost importance. So within 2 hours, you have reported and action is being taken by all those involved. Then a detailed report will now come. Don't think because I've told them they are working on it. No, you must still write your report. And that report must be written by somebody that it happened to or who witnessed it. It's not like, it's like maybe, it has to be somebody that experienced it, that was there, that know what happened. So all those questions, so that we will know the right approach to use in handling that situation. But if it's like they said and I was told, there's nothing like that. So it has to be done by somebody, and you have to take all these questions: who, what happened, where did it happen, when, why, how. Those are the questions you can use in filling that report. A detailed report should tell us of who did the incident happen to, what is it that happened, is it kidnapping, is it whichever, then where did it happen, at what time, and why, how did it happen. So that will entails a detailed report. That's after you have taken immediate action. So then the second report, full report, will now come in. All immediate actions and follow-up actions should be recorded by the FEP managers, state security test officers, or the security managers or line managers. Then you must communicate for proper documentation to be taken and action to the security risk management team. That's what I said earlier. So just do your reports as soon as possible. Now, and again, we want to link this security challenge to what we call queer leader theory. It was a theory associated with American sociologist called Daniel Bell. So this theory is like an organized crime for some people to enrich themselves or to boost their economic power. We all know what's happening, like this kidnapping now. Somebody may just want to get money from maybe a relative and say, go and kidnap the child. That's an organized crime. If we kidnap the child, we can ask for ransom. He will pay. Then, in a way, that crime has been organized to enrich or empower themselves. So as they're in that location, somebody will say, hey, these people now, if we kidnap them, we can ask the local government. They may not even ask federal government. They know you are in that locality now. If we tell our chief or village head, we can tell him, they will bring money. So they can come and plan to kidnap you. That's a kind of organized crime, to kidnap and use it to make money. So that is why you need to be at alert and guide yourself against all this crime. Then, okay, further explanation, this theory says it's an instrumental behavior. It's a means to an end, just like I said, instrument of social climbing or socioeconomic advancement, measure to accumulate wealth and build power by some individual. We have the examples all around, but what we are just saying is, in essence, as FEPs, your security is very important. Some people may cause or organize a crime just to enrich themselves. So you must be sure that this trend is prevalent and is common in our society. Don't think it cannot happen. Okay, this is the example of our incident reporting form. Like I told you, like this will be provided. So when there's an incident, this is how you fill it. Who is involved? I told you the name, who is the person, what's the position, what's the phone number. So this is just a sample of the form you need to fill. Then just is the form. This will be provided. It's just for you to fill and submit to the appropriate person. That's after the incident has been reported immediately. This is just for the detailed reports. Yes. Okay. So far, okay, there's a number here. We know this emergency number. These are who we can reach to this 112 is an emergency number that road safety can respond to, fire service can respond. So in case of any emergency, is a number you can have on your head. You don't need to write it somewhere. So we can dial 112. Then again, where we started, my colleague said security is everybody's responsibility. So you must be sure that you have a role to play. You yourself have role to play in securing yourself, securing the asset, the gadgets you are working with. So as we conclude, I can say that security and safety are crucial aspects that ensures the protection of you as the employee, the asset, the information, and the for your work to continue. If your location is not safe, we cannot continue to work. You cannot achieve your target. So let's take security as something that is very, very important. It is very important for us to achieve our goal. So I conclude on this and say security is everybody's business. So let me hand over to my colleague to round up in case he has something else to say before we welcome the questions.
So, questions. If you have any questions, you can send, please, so that we can see how we can attend. Thank you.
Which is our responsibility only restricted to enrollment, no modification? Yeah, the last person that presented even mentioned that your work is to enroll. I heard him hammer on that, said just enroll for us. He said it. Please, if somebody comes to your center for modification, refer them to NIMC office or the channel that been maybe that you can report to. You are meant to enroll and to enroll. Okay, trust Christian. Say, Ma, you said you need to be alert, but what if the people that those are living around the environment has denied you to enroll their people? What can you do? Like I said earlier, when I started, I said you must make sure the people you are working, they accept you. When the time before you even commence your work, you go and familiarize yourself with them. You go and introduce yourself. It may even be through your village head. When you have gone to your village head, say, okay, we'll take you to the community. These are these people from federal government, they have come to help us, So there will be no reason, if you have done that, there's no reason why they will not accept you. They have not come to harm you. In fact, they are helping us. Those villagers, they know how to do that thing very well. Say by the time you enroll, they are bringing benefit to us as community. Before you know, we have light, we have everything. So please, I don't think there's any reason why you won't be accepted. Just do the right thing by maybe talking to the right people, let them accept them. Okay, somebody is asking Mubarak, say if there's any, please, is there any provision of vehicle for enrollment officers from the management? Okay, so your company will provide that for you if they want to, if they can afford it. So it's not from us, it's from the people that we are working with. Then Jubilee, please, in terms of security, will there be a provision where agents from same locality can move out in group for the enrollment exercise? I think I mentioned it in the course of this thing. Move in convoy is even better, it's safer. Okay, what if you are going and one of the vehicle break down? You'll be able to help. Maybe okay, somebody will stay by the car, then you move others. It's better to move in convoy. Then another question, what to do when you have an applicant who is currently residing in Nigeria, but not born in Nigeria, though born. Okay, that has been answered, right? This is not related to security. Okay, my question, I'm supposed to be answering security-related questions. Hello, Naia. Please, what is the full meaning of SOP? Standard Operating Procedures. So that's what you are, the guideline, what you're supposed to follow. So like the one I finished now is the security guideline. If something happens and you do not report, you have failed. You did not follow the SOP. We have told you this, what we are giving is SOP. If there's an incident, report immediately. If you are reporting 2-3 hours later, you have not followed the SOP. So SOP is standard operating procedure, a guideline of where or how you need to operate. FIC is asking, when we are told by security agencies, are we going to have ID card for the security agencies to be able to recognize us? No, you have your office, your ID card. That's why we say always go with your ID card. So by the time the company will issue you an ID card, right? So they will identify you with the ID card you have. Okay, that's what I just said. Somebody is asking who will provide the ID card to identify you as an enrollment agent. The front end partner is not NIMSI.
Somebody is asking which kind of ID card will you take along? It's your company ID card, not NIMSI. Your company must provide you with an identity that you are working for them.
In addition to that, when you are fully certified, you are going to be given a certificate, e-certificate. That e-certificate should be scanned and be on your phone so that you can easily be identified with that.
That's
and
fine.
that will carry NIMSI's name, the ID4D name. So in addition to the ID card, the company that you are working under will provide you with. Thank you.
Someone was asking, how can we assess our supervisors? Like my colleague has rightly said, when you want to assess your supervisor, there are security desk officers in each state, and it is expected when you are going to each state, you are to report to the state coordinator, and the state coordinator will introduce you to the security desk officer there, and you can have his contact whenever you have issue, please. Yes, there is a timeline for detailed report, which was already stated earlier. 24 hours, within 24 hours, you must have to send your detailed report. What does AVP means is front-end partners. And you should know that you are going to write exams tomorrow. Charging customers for enrollment, you heard it from legal yesterday, and it is clearly you are not supposed to collect 10 kobo from any applicant. And once you do that, you pay for it. Thank you.
Is it necessary to identify with a security agency in any new location that you go for enrollment? I mentioned it earlier that you should, the stakeholders, if you go through if you maybe you didn't start with us when we started, you must know the stakeholders. The civil defense are always there, police, okay, we are here on this assignment, so you can identify with them so that in case of any emergency, they can be of help.
Scan through and speak to the one that is related to your own. I think I got compassion. Can we print out the certificate? Yeah, you can print out.
Okay.
So that the spot check will demand for that.
Mhm.
Yes, you can print the certificate that will be issued to you post your assessment tomorrow. And you can print them, but we advise you have a soft copy on your phone because NIMSI officials could come visiting and demand who you are and whether you are actually gone through the certification processes. Yeah, you want to talk, Ayana, move him to the panel.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Isa Abubakar, please, we can hear you.
Okay, good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning.
Uh,
With your APP, please.
I have a question
Where are you calling from?
about the payment.
Wait. What, what is the name of FEP? And where are you calling from?
Netya Technology Solution from
Okay,
Kano.
Neya Technology. Okay, go ahead.
Mhm. Yeah, sir, my question is that the payment is going to be annually or monthly for the
Well, that
successful
question will be answered. Detail of that question, answers to that question will be provided to the FEP owner. So he
Okay.
know when to pay you and
Mm.
what rate and so on and so forth. It's not for you being the agent.
Okay.
You are going to be paid as at when due.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We learn a lot and we do appreciate. Thank you for organizing this Zoom. Thank
Thank
you.
you. So you should be getting ready for your assessment tomorrow. So you listen attentively to all the lectures you're
Inshallah.
receiving. Thank you.
Inshallah. I will score 100 over 100.
Please, I will give you 1,000 over 100 if you get it.
Thank you very much, sir.
So, anybody? No, Sam is Sam. Who is this person? Musa. Yes. I think at this point we want to draw the curtain. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Alhaji Gidado, for your beautiful presentation. So we'll move to the next presentation. And the next presentation shall be the health and hygiene protocols in NIN environment. What are those standards, procedures, protocols you need to keep to be sure that, yes, you are safe while you do the enrollment job and the people you are enrolling are equally safe. So leading us through this topic is our own Dr. Shika Anozie. So, doctor, you are welcome. Please take your stand and do your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salifu. Good afternoon or good morning. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. May I have my slides, please? Okay, so in the next few minutes, we are going to be looking at this topic, health and hygiene SOP, standard operating procedures for NIN enrollment. My name is Dr. Chika Anozie. Okay, so first we look at our objectives. Just a minute, please. Yeah. I'm trying to control. Okay, yes. Okay, so I can control from here. Okay, so our objectives at the end of this session, we're expected to understand the rationale for health and hygiene protocols in NIN enrollment. So we expect that you would have an understanding of why we're doing this topic. It's important that we'll also identify enrollment hazards and the associated health risk,
as well as learn the protocols to mitigate or to lessen this health risk. This slide, I would like us to look at it very well and digest it. It says without one, everything else is zero. And if you look at one on the slide, one stands for health and zero can stand for any other thing you can think of: work, money, family, dreams, career, you know. But if you don't have health, if your health is not intact, it's going to be impossible or very difficult to accomplish all those. So I would like us to listen attentively, because much more than anything, we would like that as you're doing this work, you are also maintaining a good health, because it's only when you are alive that you can deliver. So this slide says, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, except for workplace hazards. If they don't kill you, they can leave you with a lifelong disability. So yes, it may not make you stronger, but then you may end up suffering complications or things that arise from the work that you do. So we'd like us to prepare and, know what to anticipate and learn how to avoid those things from happening. So the core rationale for this topic, for this session, is that NIN enrollment is a public service, is a public-facing service, meaning we interact with members of the public while we are doing our duties. And in the course of this interaction, there is going to be a lot of occupational health hazards that we face. Some of them include close contact with clients. I mean, you are close up with people, you are associating with people, you are not enrolling non-living things, you're enrolling human beings. Sometimes there will be hand holding involved or body contact involved. Sometimes you are sharing the same air with these people. And then the pressure, when something is happening, maybe there's a deadline for registration and you see people crowding. So you are coming to work or you are going about your duties and you are under a lot of pressure, under a lot of stress to enroll people. So these are the things that could actually, we can actually encounter in the course of enrollment. So it's important that we establish protocols that safeguard the health and well-being of enrollment personnel, especially while you are discharging your duties. So we are focusing mainly in the course of your duties, in the course of doing the enrollment work. So ensuring a safe environment, safe working environment that will now reduce the risk of the occupational hazards we are going to look at. So what are health hazards? Health hazards are chemical, physical, or biological factors that can negatively impact our health when exposed to them. So these hazards, we are going to look at them. They are different. They can be chemical, they can be physical, but the important thing about these hazards is that they can negatively impact our health. They can reduce your standard of living. They can reduce the quality of health or quality of life that you have, and also hamper your productivity in discharging your duties. So these health hazards, they can be objects. They can also be actions or behavior. They can even be situations. But then all of them would have the potential to cause harm if not properly handled. So what are the types or sources of hazards in an enrollment office, for enrollment officers or for the FEPs as you are? So we have under the physical or mechanical hazards, you have things like ergonomics. Ergonomics is a science of making sure that your work tools are suitable for you as a person. So the kind of work tools that may be well suited for me may not be the same thing for you. So it talks about how I position my desk, how I position my table, how I hold any device. That's the science of ergonomics. So other things under that are like eye strain, cables, okay, especially if you are working within the office setting. Then we also have infectious diseases. I had mentioned earlier that in the course of enrollment, you stay in proximity with enrollment, with enrollees, people that come for enrollment. So you are sharing the same air, you are sharing the same environment. So in the event of any infectious diseases going on, or when we have public health emergencies, like the times we had COVID or Ebola, you are breathing the same air. So you're exposed to some of these hazards. Or the person is coughing. Someone has tuberculosis, for instance. So the person is coughing right in your face and you're inhaling the same air. That is a hazard. Other hazards like chemical hazards while you're trying to disinfect the equipment that you're using or trying to print out the toner. Then you have the psychological hazards, the work stress, having conflict with enrollees or conflict with fellow enrollment officers or FEP partners. They are all part of psychological hazards. And then we talk about the temperature control, depending on the weather situation that you are going out under the rain, under harmattan, under very hot weather, or in very unsuitable work conditions. Okay, so who is at risk of these hazards? You have the customer service, so the people that will receive these enrollments, enrollees, they're at risk of all these hazards that we mentioned. Then, of course, the main person doing the enrollment is also at risk of all these hazards we have mentioned, and the supervisor, the person, overseeing the whole activity. So meaning that everybody that is working in an enrollment setting, everybody that is involved in this enrollment is at risk of these hazards. And that is why we are going to learn about them and see how to avoid the risk from them. So we're now going to look at enrollment activities, look at the hazards, and also the health risk. So the first enrollment activity we'll be looking at is interaction with applicants. So what is the hazard in interacting with applicants? Close contact, prolonged face-to-face interactions with applicants. Like mentioned before, or if you can just visualize it, you are trying to enroll someone. So the person is seated close to you, either opposite you or but just in a small space. You are inhaling the same air. So we know what happened in the last pandemic, during COVID pandemic, and we're trying to limit physical contact. All of us were chanting physical distance. You don't want to touch someone. You don't want to stay close to the person, but in the course of enrollment, you cannot avoid doing these things because you can't enroll the person from afar. And so the health risk in the course of interacting with applicants is infectious diseases, post-infectious diseases, respiratory infections, like tuberculosis, the COVID, the Ebola, any disease that can be contracted by reason of inhaling the air. Then even conflict with enrollees. Sometimes you find out that the people you want to enroll are not patients. Maybe they don't want to queue up, they don't want to wait for their turn. So that can actually put pressure on you. So that is a health risk, that is a health challenge in the course of interacting with applicants. Another activity is the operating the enrollment device. So what are the hazards? Now, poor ergonomically designed workstation or even the devices or prolonged computer operation. Now, like I explained before, what ergonomy means is that you are trying to suit the device, make sure the device is suitable for the person using it, so that you are using the right kind of chair, you are using the right kind of table, the right height, you are looking at the environment and everything is well suited for you as an individual. Or if it's a mobile device, something you are carrying in your hand, you are making sure that the way you position it is not causing issues, is not creating more problems for yourself. Now, because when these devices are not well handled, when you are not adopting the right position, what can happen? You can have musculoskeletal disorders. So things like back injuries or neck and shoulder aches. So when you are doing a walk over and over again and you are not comfortable, maybe you sit down and you sit on a chair that is not good, or you sit with a bad posture, and this keeps happening, in the long run, you are going to be developing maybe some back injuries or neck and shoulder aches. The same thing we talked about, repetitive strain injuries. That just means, doing a walk over and over again. But when you're doing it, even if you're doing this walk in the right way, even if you're handling the device in the right way, you are prone to things like the trigger finger, the carpal tunnel syndrome, and some of all these things, right? And then the general fatigue and stress. They just come as a result of doing the same task over and over again. So for this one, we are going to be talking about how to handle these devices, how to position ourselves, and then also to bear in mind that we need to take rest in between. Eye strain as well. We'll be dealing with devices. We'll be dealing with devices whether within a building or outside under the sun. So if the resolution of the screen is not adequate for you, the display settings are not adequate for you, it can create vision problems for you. Then again, sedentary behavior for you FEPs, you'll be going about. So most of the time, may not expect that you're seated in an office for a long time. But in the event that maybe it's the supervisor that is seated in a physical office, when you are seated for a prolonged period of time with minimal activity, you are also prone to some chronic conditions like hypertension, diabetes, and some other cardiovascular illnesses. Another enrollment activity that we are going to be looking at is scanning, fingerprint, and signature. Of course, when you're enrolling applicants or registrants, at some point you want to scan their documents, you want to take their fingerprints, you would want them to sign their signature. Fingerprint, there's a hazard of contamination of the fingerprint surface of the biometric scanner, or even contamination of the stylus of the pen that you give them to sign their signature. Now, it's well known that our fingers carry a lot of germs on them that are not visible to the common eye. So you are meeting somebody that you don't know what the person has done with his or her hands, and a lot of germs, bacteria, fungi, viruses can actually be either on the person's hand or even on the Okay, so right now we're experiencing Harmattan and the weather can be so hot and windy at some point, so the risk of heat exhaustion, that you can start developing headache, nausea, dizziness, and a lot of other symptoms just because of the weather. The risk is there, the health risk is there, or that you are under the sun, under the hot sun. Sometimes depending on the part of the country you are in, sometimes the weather, the temperature can get as high as 39 degrees, some 42 degrees. Imagine working under that kind of condition. There are a lot of health risks that is you're exposed to if you don't find a way to mitigate it. So how are we going to manage these hazards that we have looked at? So we're going to be taking each of these hazards one after the other and see how to reduce the impact. So for close contact and prolonged face-to-face interactions with applicants, what are the control or management measures? First, we have to adopt what we call the IPAC measures, infection prevention and control measures, to reduce the risk of disease transmission. So the first one here we say is, as much as practicable, maintain a safe distance from enrollees, because some of them may be carrying an infection that is not readily visible to you. So you just have to maintain that safe distance regardless of who you are enrolling. If it's not needed, if hand contact or body contact is not needed, by all means stay away. Just instruct the person on what to do. If it's time to put the fingerprint or sign, instruct the person. You don't necessarily need to touch the person's hands or allow the person or hold the person's hand to sign the signature. Don a mask, wear a mask when in doubt. We're emphasizing this because we are just coming out from a pandemic that took a great toll on a lot of health systems, on a lot of lives around the world. So if you are not sure whether this person I'm enrolling or whether this environment I find myself in is suitable or is safe, you can wear a mask at least to give yourself some measure of protection. Limit physical touch, as earlier mentioned. Perform hand hygiene frequently. So in the event of enrollment and you have made contact with this enrollee, maybe you had shook his hand or you've helped him hold his hand to sign or pressed his hand down on the scanner, please have your hand sanitizer handy, that in between applicants, in between enrollees, you can sanitize your hand. It may not be practicable to wash your hands because you don't know where you find yourself, whether you're going to have access to water or access to soap, but it would be good for you to have a pocket hand sanitizer with you so that as often as you deem it fit, you can sanitize your hand. Visibly ill enrollees, so those that really appear ill, And we're not talking about discrimination here, but there's a way you look at the person and you know that, okay, this person looks very ill, and you don't want to start going into the details of what is wrong with you, are you coughing and all that. You could ask the person to defer if it's possible, if it is feasible. You know, if it's not like an emergency or there's no urgency for the person to get enrolled, then you could ask the person to defer. Where necessary to, you can use gloves. And then we said here it should be single-use gloves. So don't use gloves for enrollee A and use the same gloves for enrollee B. You will just end up transferring any germs from A to B. So if you must use gloves, make sure you discard the gloves after each enrollee. Also, you could provide a private registration area that is for people that you really feel look ill. So in order not to spread the infection amongst every other person there, provide a private registration area where you use your PPE. PPE means personal protective equipment and includes things like the gloves we mentioned, like face masks and other things, you know, even the hand sanitizers, they can still go under the group of PPE. So you provide a private registration area to enroll these people and make the most use of your PPE. The next enrollment hazard we're looking at is about ergonomy. So when you have poorly designed workstation, or the fact that you have to use the computer or the Android device for prolonged periods of time. So how do we mitigate against this hazard? We're saying that you need to set up these stations in a way that helps you adopt the right posture, the right working posture, in a way that you prevent the fatigue, prevent strain to your arm and shoulder, and improper working postures. We are going to see pictures in the next few slides of what is the proper working posture, whether you're sitting or you're handling a mobile device. Encourage intermittent breaks. So don't say I only take a break when I'm done for the day, or when I've done 20 applicants. You must learn to listen to your body. You could take 5 to 10 minutes breaks every 2 hours so that you don't overstretch yourself. If you are working from household to household, depending on the distance between the households, it may be wise to take a 5 minutes break after the second household, after the fourth household, depending. You understand yourself better. So you don't need to stretch yourself. You don't need to set unreasonable targets for yourself, such that at the end of the day, you are completely fagged out and you find it difficult even to continue the next day. So take breaks at reasonable intervals, and also learn to do stretches. So if you're sitting for long periods of time, from time to time, stretch, walk around. That would help rejuvenate you. Anti-glare screens can be used. So these are things that you can actually put over the devices you're using to reduce glare, to reduce the effect of those light rays, the blue lights to your eyes. For mobile devices, adopt object to eye rather than eye to object approach. So just the way if you are using a mobile phone, try not to bend your neck to look at your mobile phone, rather raise your mobile phone to your eye level. That way you are maintaining the right alignment between your head, your neck, and the rest of the spine. And that prevents you from developing those musculoskeletal injuries or disorders that we mentioned. Follow best practices for safe computer and mobile device use. So there's a 20-20 rule that usually helps for as many people that work with screens. So when you have used the screen for up to about 20 minutes, look away for a distance of 20 meters. Just look into the distance for another 20 seconds. That helps to rest your eyes. I mean, you're looking on the computer screen and you've been focusing. Your eye muscles are getting tense. Your eye muscles have been under pressure. So when you take these breaks, intermittent breaks, you help to rest your eyes so that your eyes will not suffer too much strain. And again, while you're enrolling, try to blink repetitively. When you blink, you cause the eye fluids. There are fluids in the eye, like water in the eye. They kind of help to refresh your eyes. So when you are enrolling, try to blink repetitively. It protects your eyes. Again, is to avoid direct sunlight reflection off the screens and adjust the display settings, brightness, contrast, and font size to be adjusted to suit you as the user. We'll look at that in a bit more detail. So if you are carrying your enrollment device and you're out there in the sun, try to make sure that the sun rays are not bouncing off the screen into your eyes. So it's you that would know how to position it so that you can see clearly while doing it. So you're not blinded by the sun's rays. And of course, the other things we mentioned that you should adjust to suit you as the user. So this is a picture of an ergonomically designed workstation. These are for people that will be in the offices. This is how you should sit with your back, your shoulders relaxed, and make sure that your back is well supported. Your feet should rest on the floor with your knees bent at that 90 degrees to 110 degree angle. Now you should also make sure that you rest your forearms, because when your forearms are hanging and you do this repetitively across the day, across hours in a day and then days in a week, you will find out that you'll start developing strains in your arms, strains in your neck, and then it makes it difficult for you to give your best to the work. Okay, so this is an example of someone carrying out enrollment, right? So there's some of us may be using this kind of devices. For this one, you could see the officer is putting on his mask and trying to maintain a bit of some distance from the person. It's not like right in the person's face. Okay, that's what you just want to see in this picture. And he stands up just when he needed to take the picture, not like he's standing up all through the process. Okay, I'll skip this, but it's still emphasizing what we talked about our eyes, having to rest our eyes, understanding the things that our eyes have to go through, while we are using the device, all the processes that our eyes have to go through, and the need why we need to make sure that we reduce the impact on our eyes. So healthy tips when you're using the enrollment devices, we said adjust the display settings. You may need your supervisor or need someone to help you adjust that on the device you'll be using if you don't know how to do that. So make sure that the brightness is not too much, that is just suited you're outside. Make sure that font size is small. While some people may see with smaller font sizes comfortable, for you, you may need to increase the font size to do what to reduce the training and all promote our we don't talk about that you float the objects, you put the objects to the eye and not eye to object. So in the first picture, you would see Geroli, or you see the man there bending down, trying to look at the device. And you can see the position, you can see the angulation between his head and the neck and the rest of the spine. That is putting a whole lot of strain on the spine and will lead, if this is done repetitively, continuously, it will lead to him developing shoulder pain, what we call computer vision syndrome, that would wear off the neck and all that, right? So you must make sure that you hold your device at a comfortable distance and angle, then avoid bending or tilting your head. You can only do that when you ensure that you raise the object to your eye level, and also endeavor to keep your back straight and shoulders relaxed. If your shoulders are not relaxed, if your shoulders are in a tense situation and you have to do that for 10 enrollments or 20 enrollments, at the end of the day, you come back and your muscles and your joints everywhere is sore. So we're saying this, that you must customize your posture. You must learn how to do what is right so that at the end of the day, you will not be so tired that you can't go out the next day. So again, these are the things we had mentioned. Prolonged use of these devices without proper ergonomic precautions can result in musculoskeletal disorders. Imagine if you have to stand up every day and bend your head forward and you're enrolling people, you will get very tired. Everywhere, every part of your body will be aching by the end of the day. So we must learn how to do the right thing. So again, these are pictures of people holding it the right way and those holding it the wrong way, right? You'll see the pictures with red crosses. Those pictures mean the person holding the device, the enrollment officer there, is not holding it properly. She's not holding it properly. You see the first one, neck is bent, you know, and then compare it to the last picture, the last picture of the lady where she's, you know, her head is straightened up and she's still able to operate the device comfortably. Now, for those of us that will get the devices that have a neck support or neck carrying support, you also know how to hold it such that you maintain that proper with your body. Okay, this is still part of what we have mentioned about when you keep doing, even when you are holding it properly, there are certain things that can occur when, like the thumb areas, the hand area, when you use these things and do it over a period of time, you can also have some repetitive strain injuries like the carpal tunnel syndrome and all that, right? So where you can use elbow rest, please, by all means do. So having understood the right way to hold the devices, it's something is important for you to make improvisions, know how to do these things such that you don't end up with these injuries and start looking for solutions to them. So try and keep yourself as comfortable as possible while carrying out this enrollment. Okay, so we now look at management of how do we control the issue of contamination of enrollment devices, especially concerning the scanner and the stylus pen that is used for signatures. So these devices, they can be cleaned when you are using them. And then also it can kill almost 99% of germs that you can find on surfaces. So that's why we talk about alcohol-based cleaning agents or the sanitizers. So in between enrollees, you could wipe the surface of the scanner so that in the event that enrollee A deposited some germs after using the devices, you know, taking fingerprints or signing, you know, enrollee B will not come and collect those same germs. So it's also your responsibility as the enrollment officer, as the FEP, to make sure that while protecting yourself, you don't also transmit, you don't also encourage the transmission of infection from one enrollee to the other. So promote hand hygiene, enforcing application of alcohol-based sanitizers by enrollees. So it's something that the FEPs, the owners or the supervisors should also ensure. You can keep hand sanitizers or give the agents as they go about hand sanitizers so that before they hold the pen, before they put their fingerprints, they would have, you know, sanitized their hands or cleaned their hands. Then for harsh weather, how do we tackle harsh weather? For that one, you just need to look at the weather, understand the weather you are in, and dress appropriately. So now that we're in Hamatan, if you're in a very windy area, you may want to use hats, you may need to use protective wear, especially if you are going out in the field and you're not in an enclosed place. You may need to carry your water so that you stay hydrated. When you are not hydrated, chances are that you will get tired easily. Then also you should take occasional breaks. For those working within an enclosure, ensure that you have adequate ventilation, like your air conditioning systems, fans, and all that. You know, especially if you're in an enclosed place and you're having a lot of applicants, a lot of enrollees crowding around you, you need to make sure that the air you are breathing in is refreshed continuously. So you would need this ventilation assistance to help keep the air refreshed. Still on the weather. So these are just like tips. Each of us will know what works very well for us. So if it's in a cold weather, if you are going to be doing this enrollment during the rainy season, or even some parts of the country that around this time may be very cold, carry your warm drinks with you, wear thicker, warmer garments. right? In the rainy season, avoid flooded areas. You can also wear like footwear that would make sure that you don't, as you're walking, you don't mistakenly sleep and fall. You know, if it's during heavy rains, seek shelter in buildings. Don't stay under the rain and say you want to weather it. Once the storm is gathering, try and seek shelter under buildings. Carry your raincoats, boots, umbrellas, as the case may be. If it's in the hot weather, wear lightweight, breathable, light colored, and loose fitting garments. Cotton garments that, even though you are under the sun, it's not, you're not going to get too sweaty or too hot doing it, because there is something called heat stroke, and heat stroke has actually killed some people. So you want to be sure that while you are going about under the hot weather, that you stay hydrated, that you are not covering up, maybe wearing suit and tie and walking under the hot sun. It doesn't make sense, right? So you would want to wear something that allows you free movement and allows you to perform your work very well. I would say stay hydrated by drinking water at intervals, even if you are not thirsty, because by the time you are thirsty, that means your body is already dehydrated. So just endeavor to take lots of water and carry your water with you while you go. Okay. So some other tips for personal conduct. We've learned a bit of these things when we had my colleagues taking the security aspect, also mentioned them. So he said, have a personal first aid kit and basic first aid knowledge. Some of us are going into very interior areas, are going to very remote areas. So you need to know what to do for yourself in the event something happens. So a small pocket first aid kit is something that you should make sure you go with. You should make sure that, oh, okay, if you are feeling ill and all that, you should take care of yourself first, even before your supervisor or your organization provides these things for you. I always like to come from the point of taking care of yourself by yourself, because whatever happens, even if your organization is going to pay your hospital bills or whatever, you are still the one that is going to have to take the medications. It's still you that would have to suffer the treatment, right? So it's better for you to take care of yourself and make sure that everything you need to function well, that you have taken care of it. The security talk also mentioned about avoiding lone walking. So you are going into remote areas, don't go alone if you can help it, right? And let people know where you are. Keep emergency hotlines handy. There's this ICE that we encourage people to save in their phone in case of emergency. So have those numbers on speed dial. So wherever you find yourself, you don't know what could happen. We don't pray for anything bad, but in the events anything happens, someone can readily dial, know who to dial, and you can also dial that number, and you get help. Plan and pack healthy meals to refresh. You're going into a terrain, you don't know whether you're going to see a kiosk or a restaurant to eat. So it's best for you to pack your food and go along with it. You don't need to wait till you get so famished, you get so hungry, and the hunger is really now setting in and you don't know what else to eat. So it would have been better for you to pack your meals along with you. Be up to date on vaccinations and any advised prophylaxis. So let's say, for instance, while we're in the COVID pandemic and people were encouraged to take their COVID shots, as an enrollment officer, if you are working under that kind of environment, there's a pandemic or there's a public health advisory going on, please, it's important for you to adhere to those advice. If there are vaccinations you need to take, please, by all means, take those vaccinations. Be aware of what is happening. Oh, there's a cholera outbreak going on in so place. Oh, there is meningitis outbreak going on in so place. It's important. Lassa fever. It's important that you become aware of these things, so that when you get to such places and you know that, oh, there's cholera outbreak here, you are careful about your source of water, you are careful about washing your hands, you're careful about what you want to buy off the road to eat. The same thing for any other illness. So just keep your ears to the ground, know what is happening in the society, and with that information, protect yourself. Again, we say report any personal health challenges. So in the event that you are not able to, you have some health issues, let your supervisor, let your line manager know. Let them know that, okay, I may not be able to come out today because of so this, and let them know. Don't be a strong man and end up dropping off in the field. Know your limits and only continue if you feel strong enough. If you've done an enrollment process, if you've gone out to enroll like on a Monday and you came back home and you're so tired, right? And you really don't feel up to going out on Tuesday, just listen to your body. Just listen to your body. Don't say, yes, I have to go out on Tuesday so that I get paid. If you don't feel strong enough, please, by all means, stay back, rest, and get recovered before moving out again. So we'll look briefly at two case scenarios as we round up. So Mr. Bola Shetima Carlo is an intending enrollee with a possibly contagious skin condition. So this person shows up and is maybe has some spots, has some things all over his face, all over his body that makes you suggest that, oh, it's as if this person there's something not right with this person. What should you do? Right? We've mentioned we shouldn't discriminate, right? But then there must be a proper way to handle things. So the first step, we want to do a visual assessment, right? From a distance, you want to perform a visual assessment to identify any visible symptoms. Then you could also ask the enrollee, okay, oh, what's wrong with this? What are all those things on your hands? Is there anything you're treating? Are you managing anything and all that? Just to get a bit of a medical history from the person. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so we'll go again. So after we've done that step one, then as the enrollment officer, what should you do? You should provide a private registration area. So you want to do this enrollment outside of where the crowd is. So isolate the enrollee to prevent close contact with others. Ordinarily, people would even want to shy away from the person, start running away from the person, right? So, but we had said before, if somebody comes that is visibly ill or visibly has a possibly contagious skin condition, if the person can defer the enrollment, fine. But in the event the person cannot defer the enrollment, find a way to isolate this enrollee and still do his enrollment and prevent close contact with others, so that in the course of maybe contact tracing that usually happens in pandemics, they won't need to come and start tracing all the people that he associated with, meaning like all the people that came around for enrollment on that day. Then you must protect yourself, the personal protective equipment, gloves, face mask, whatever it is you need, your hand sanitizer. Make sure you also protect yourself. While we keep emphasizing this protecting yourself, is that sometimes you may finish this work and you've collected a lot of germs in the course of your work, and you go home to your loved ones, you go home to your spouse and to your children, and with all the germs you've collected, and you just pass it on to them. It's not something we want to happen. We want you to do this work and do it well, deliver on the work, do the enrollment, get the enrollment figures, but we also want you to stay healthy. We also want you to stay alive, not just for yourself, but also for your loved ones, right? So you minimize contact and also advise the enrollee, give the enrollees and hand sanitizer to sanitize even before and after the enrollment. And after you are done with the enrollment, thoroughly disinfect that registration area and the equipment. So you may need to wipe the scanner surface, the fingerprint surface, the stylus, and whatever PPE you use, the gloves, remember we said it's a single-use glove, you must dispose of it properly. And then also you owe it to that employee to explain to him or her that all that you have done is not to discriminate him, but just to ensure their safety and the safety of other people, so that the enrollee doesn't go off thinking that, oh, people are discriminatory against me. Another thing you would want to do is to alert other staff members about the situation and the protocols followed. By right, we also advise that for people that have on-site enrolling stations, like in the office, you should have posters properly displayed on some of these protocols that we're talking about. We should have posters that are clearly labeled and clearly put where everybody can read it. Or if you're having a cough, maybe you may need to wear a mask. If this, be careful not to sneeze, and, proper cough and sneezing etiquette. The second scenario we'll be looking at, in the event of an outbreak of an airborne disease. COVID just happened. We had Ebola and, a whole lot of other ones, SARS, maybe not in this country. So during that outbreak, and somebody is presenting with high temperature, I'm sure most of us are familiar with this. A lot of organizations now had these temperature guns that during the COVID time. So as you are entering, it was mandatory that you get your temperature checked. And once your temperature is higher than what it should be, it gets flagged, and you may need to wait until the person may need to wait until cleared, right? So somebody comes in with high temperature and is coughing vigorously, you must ask the person to defer, because you don't want the person to come into the enrollment area and infect others, or even infect you, that is the enrollee. The same thing, you are going house to house and you come into a household, and if he's within a locality, you may even have heard that so person in this household is suffering from this or that. It may be wise to defer going to that household until you have an all clear, right? So you explain to the enrollee why he or she needs to defer, and that, oh, once you're sorted, once you're much better, I can always come back to enroll you, or you can always come back to the center to be enrolled, so that the person doesn't feel bad. Again, stay away from households with confirmed cases of highly contagious or airborne outbreak. This happened even outside of the country. They will just red zone a place. You find the yellow tapes, sometimes the red tapes, and they say keep off. So you'd be wise to do that. Don't just say, oh, I need to enroll people from this household, and put yourself and your family and a whole lot of other people at risk by doing that. Okay, so in conclusion, we must think safe, we must walk safe, and we should be safe. Tomorrow is your reward for walking safely today. If you don't walk safely today, you will not see tomorrow. If you are hoping to clock in 5 days a week of enrollment, but you don't walk safely for the first day, the chances are that the remaining 4 days are not yours. You may end up in the hospital. You may end up very tired, very weak at home, and you can't move out for the second or third or fourth day. So if you want to move out tomorrow, if you want to increase the number of enrollments you're going to get, you want to help us populate our database, we would like you to do what? To walk safely today. Thank you very much. As entertain questions.
Thank you very much, our own Dr. Sikanoze. We'll be entertaining your questions. We'll go to the chat box and take some of the questions you posted there. And those who want to talk to us directly, we'll move you to the chat room before we wrap up this section. So I will leave it for you to select the question that is related to what you've treated and respond to accordingly.
Okay, someone is asking, is there an official dress code? Maybe because I talked about dressing appropriately. There is no official dress code, but then I remember the security person talking about dress decently, dress the way you are going to be addressed, right? But my mentioning about dressing is dress in line with the weather. If the weather is very cold, it doesn't make sense wearing like sleeveless or something very that will not protect you from the harsh weather. Or the weather is very hot and then you wear suits or tie wrapper and all that, and you are under the hot sun and rolling. So just dress appropriately and decently and get the work done. Thank you.
Just to add a voice to what the doctor said, when you are visiting a community, try and understand the culture of that community. If it is the community that for ladies are not allowed to be in trousers, so please try and put on that clothes that can, simulate with the environment you are going in. So you should be cautious of the environment you are going in. so that you can blend with the environment. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much. I belong to Jubilee Care. Okay, will the necessary kits be distributed to each enrollment officer? Okay, that would be the responsibility of the FEP of your organization to provide you with those personal protective equipment and all that you need. The same thing with the first aid kits. Please, ma, I will buy the first aid kits. Okay, I don't understand. Okay. That has been tackled. Okay. Okay, thank you, Trust Crescent. Thank you for your well presentation. My questions here is that it's possible to avoid those kind of peoples, those are having health issues, like you said, Ebola, COVID-19, and other communicable diseases. I just said, right? So if somebody is visibly ill, you can ask the person to defer till the person feels better. Then you can enroll the person. Then you can come back and enroll the person. Now, in the event that you are not sure if what this person has is a communicable disease or not, you owe it to yourself to protect yourself. So you can provide a private registration area. You can isolate this person away from the crowd, away from other people, and do the enrollment process for that person. And at the end, you must make sure you are wearing your personal protective equipment and you are also disinfecting or cleaning up after you've enrolled the person. Next Gen Technology says, are there health personnel on ground designated to handle emergency health issue? So that should also go in line with what the security person said. You must familiarize yourself with the area where you're going to and seek out the necessary health facilities close to you in the event of any emergency. The same reason why you should have those, in case of emergency contacts or numbers saved in your phone. And the same reason why we're also saying if you're not feeling too well, please help yourself and stay home. You mustn't go out if you're not feeling up to it. Lawal says, so hold on. What if the FEP, I guess, is affected with one of the contagious diseases? What is the probability of the agent to continue enrollment? If you are not feeling fine, you must stay home. So that is more like a moral burden even to yourself. You know you have a contagious disease, so you shouldn't go out to spread the illness to others. You call your organization, you call your supervisor and say, I have this, I'm unable to continue. I'll continue when I get better. So you owe that to yourself and to the society at large. Okay, so I think this question will probably be handled by Jubilee Care, something about dressing, inappropriate dressing. I think the grievance or there's a section that will handle that.
Yeah, a section that will handle that will be the next one.
Okay. From where, Anonymous, from where do we get safety tool to avoid or prevent diseases like face mask? Your organization will provide that for you, please. Vince and Val, under management of enrollment hazards, you said provide a private registration area and use PPE. Please, what does PPE stand for? Personal protective equipment. Personal protective equipment. So that includes, like I mentioned, gloves, face masks, even hand sanitizer. They all form part of what you use to personally protect yourself. That is outside what maybe the larger organization may be doing, but what you use to protect yourself. Okay. In case of illness, do we have any hospitals to treat us? It depends on the agreement you have with your organization. Thank you. Naya, my question here is that if a person enrollment and positive with TB, how are we going to manage the condition? It's not for you to manage the condition. If the person is visibly ill, please defer, right? Tell the person, come back when you are better, or I'll come back to your house when you're better. If the person tells you he has TB, then he should go and get himself treated, because TB is an illness of public health concern. You don't even want the person associating with the larger society until he has taken his medications for a period of time and gotten an all clear. Yeah. Using hand sanitizer is enough, or using hand glove? Sanitizer, so for hand gloves, if you must use hand glove, make sure you use one per person and discard. We prefer sanitizer to a large extent so that you can actually sanitize your hands in between embrolees. Okay. Thank you for the good presentation. I don't know if you have talked about people who believed in substance, drug, and abuse in order to have more energy for the work. Well, we didn't talk about that, but of course, you know, substance use is something that is frowned at both by the society and can actually be is against the law in Nigeria, to the best of my knowledge. Yes, so we shouldn't be talking about that. Okay. I think this is about all. Thank you very
Prof.
much.
I say, Prof, yes, I promoted you. Our own Dr. Shika Anozie, for the nice presentation. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay. Someone asked about use of sanitizer to clean the fingerprint scanner. So yes, you can do that, but minimally, right? Sometimes it's also good to look at the what the manufacturer of that equipment prescribes for cleaning, but you could use, you know, just a minimal amount of the sanitizer to disinfect the surface. Minimal amount so that you don't spoil the scanner, the screen. Yes, thank you.
I think that will be about it. So we'll progress and move to the next presentation in 2 minutes. So stay in. Then when we are done with that, I think 2 more presentations to go today. When this is taken, we'll be left with 1. And the next one is going to be on grievance regress mechanism. Those incidents that we usually come by during enrollment, how do you manage them? How do you escalate them? How do you report them? So we are going to walk through that in 2 minutes. Please just hang in there. So taking us through the grievance regress mechanism presentation is no other person. Yes, you're okay. You're good. You're okay. It's our own Florence Olorutade. Is a director with NIMSI, head of Cervicon unit. So, madam, you are welcome. You can now, you can put on that.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. My name is Florence Olorunchade, and I'm here to take us on the presentation on grievance redress mechanism. I hope we're all doing great. Next, okay. Sorry. Okay. So the objective of the training, at the end of this presentation, participants should attain an understanding of the GRM, understand the importance of a GRM, identify FEP's role in the GRM value chain, identify different types of customers and how to respond to the customers. Some definitions before we commence or before we go ahead. Grievance. What do we understand by grievance? Grievance can also be defined as a complaint, as a dissatisfaction. So it's an expression of displeasure when you are displeased or unhappy, unsatisfied with a service or the service delivery, or probably lack of information, or in some cases, lack of adequate information regarding a service. So that can arise, to a grievance. Another definition might be a feeling of resentment expressed by an individual for ill treatment. Another definition is an expression of dissatisfaction. So redress on its own means to set right a grievance. How do we set right a grievance or an undesirable or unfair situation? That is redress. Mechanism is a natural or established process by which something takes place or is brought about. That is the process by which we redress the complaints. Okay. So when we put it together, grievance redress mechanism, what are grievance redress mechanisms? Grievance redress mechanisms are institutions, instruments, methods, and processes by which a resolution to a grievance is sought and provided. What do we mean by that? When we say an institution, is not really, it means like an established institution, like when we have Servicom, for instance, in Nigeria. Servicom National is like the customer care hand of the government, federal government. An instrument, a method, or a process through which grievances can be brought, sought, and provided, where you bring up your issues and then redress is provided. It's also an established process by which an undesirable or unfair situation or a complaint can be remedied or set right. In some cases, it could also be tools. They're all the same. These definitions are interwoven. You take one word from here, I put there. At the end of the day, it's just the process or the methodology or the institution through which a resolution to a grievance is sought and provided. So when we talk about GRM, we have some fundamental principles. Well, we could exchange the word principles for fundamentals, meaning what are the bedrock, the building blocks of the GRM. One of the first, there are five critical ones that we have listed here. And one of them, first of all, is transparency. In a GRM, there must be transparency so that all parties involved, meaning the processes and the performance of a GRM, must be publicized and available to all stakeholders, meaning at every point, every stakeholder in the GRM value chain should have access to the performance of the GRM. All parties to a grievance are kept informed throughout the grievance life cycle, which we will see in the course of the presentation, the life cycle of a grievance and what it means to keep your stakeholders involved. Then Another principle is simplicity and accessibility. A GRM must be simple such that it's easy for your stakeholders to understand how to access the GRM, how to log their complaints, and then, if possible, be able to provide adequate assistance to support the people interacting with the GRM. A GRM should be participatory and inclusive, meaning that it should be such that everyone is included. It shouldn't exclude any group of people because we are serving the whole community. So in the community, we have people that are that are people with disability, people that are one disability or the other, people that are educated, people that are not too educated. So when a GRM is designed, it should be inclusive, that every stakeholder should be able to access the GRM. They are confident to bring their grievances, their suggestions, and their feedback to the attention of the project authorities without fear of retribution or punishment. Another principle of a GRM is that objectiveness and independence is independent of any external control, meaning that nobody's going to, it's closely related to participatory one. Nobody's going to berate you or come after you for speaking the truth or giving a feedback or giving a complaint to the GRM process because it's independent. You bring your complaints, it is attended to in a confidential manner, and there's no impartiality or impartial treatment of anyone. Everyone is equal. Efficiency and proportionality. A GRM is such that it can expand, it's not limited. The service is dynamic and scalable to support large volumes of complaints and feedback. We don't get to a point and say, oh, we can't take any more complaints because we have gotten to our lead. A GRM is scalable. You get to a point to scale, you get to a point to scale. So every complaint that comes has its, we can't say, oh, there's a new complaint. We have never had this kind of complaint, so we cannot attend to this complaint. Every complaint that comes in a GRM will be attended to, whether it's a fresh type of complaint or, so any kind of complaint, the GRM will scale up to be able to attend to the complaint. Yeah, the grievance redress value chain. This is very, very important because it shows the process through which the grievance or the complaints we go through. So the first point there is the uptake. When the grievances come, we have different channels through which we can uptake the grievances. But diversification of channels ensures that everyone has access to the grievance mechanism. Like for in NIMSI right now, we have different uptake channels. We have the phone calls. You can call us on our vanity number. We have the email where you can send your emails. We also have walk-in, and we also have our social media handles. So there are different channels so that as many groups as possible are covered. The next one is the review and sort. When these grievances are received, we have to review and then sort them based on predefined categories. For instance, in NIMSI, we have NIM-related issues. We have self-service related issues. We have DOB modification related issues. So there are different types of grievances. So when we receive, we first sort and then categorize so that it is easy for the next set of action, which is now to escalate. So when we have sorted, we move to the registration and the acknowledgement. We register, and when we have sorted, we register the complaint, and then now escalate. You log it to the necessary or relevant resolution team who is going to resolve that issue. And when that is done, the complainant or whoever that has brought that grievance must receive an acknowledgement. If it's via email, our professionals, our agents have been trained. When they respond to the emails, they respond to say, oh, your mail has been acknowledged. If it's something that they can respond immediately, they respond to the query via the email. And if it's something that needs to be escalated, they will also inform whoever that has written the email to say, oh, we have received your complaint, we have logged it, and we have sent it to the relevant resolution team. Now, the next point is verification, investigation, and the action in the value chain. When the complaints are sent to the respective resolution teams, they also now we have to verify that complaint, what it's about, do their own investigation, and then carry out the action necessary to resolve whatever that complaint is. Now, the next one is monitoring and evaluation. We all know that for every system to be successful, there must be some form of monitoring to see that processes and protocols are being adhered to, and then to evaluate to see, okay, this data that we are receiving, what have we done with it? Have we resolved the issue? And if we resolve the issue, do we have a predominance occurrence of that kind of issue? And then what do we do with this data to help us to serve the public better? Like, for instance, insights from the data are used to prevent reoccurrence of the grievances and also to improve resolution process. The last step in the value chain is the feedback. No process is complete until there's a feedback, because systems should be put in place to keep complainants and the general public informed on the status of the resolution of their complaints. There must be feedback to the complainants or to the public on what the status of their complaint is. We're talking about grievance redress mechanism, and we're wondering, why are we even talking about grievance redress mechanism? Grievance redress is very, very critical to the success or otherwise of any project or program, because if we don't address grievances, it can degenerate to this kind of picture that you're seeing here. When grievances or complaints are not redressed satisfactorily, they could degenerate into chaos with attendant consequences on the overall project development objective. At the end of the day, we'll stop looking at what we are supposed to resolve and start looking at the issue that has degenerated maybe into this kind of chaos or a slap on somebody's cheek while they're attending to dissatisfied customers. We'll look at that as we progress in the presentation. But I just wanted us to look at this picture to see that this is an example of what can happen when a simple grievance is not addressed and we allow it to escalate or degenerate. Sorry. Okay. More importance of grievance redress mechanism. So one, GRM promotes public awareness about an organization, the mandate of the organization, the objectives, the activities, and also encourage stakeholders buy-in. Through the GRM, the activities of NIMC is made public. They are aware that, oh, NIMC is enrolling. Oh, if I have an issue, I'm able to call a phone number, or I'm able to send an email, or I'm able to walk into their state offices or local government offices and lay my complaint, or their partner agencies. A GRM also serves as a channel for receiving and responding to inquiries. So you can call us for an inquiry. Oh, where's your NIMC center located? How can I get my NIN? Oh, I enrolled so and so time and I've not been able. So inquiries is a channel for receiving and responding to inquiries. And also it allows for suggestions and increases community participation. The GRM, when I say GRM, I'm just abbreviating the grievance redress mechanism. The GRM also provides feedback on an organization's performance, because when we get feedback from you, it enables us to also assess our performance out there and then help us, and then via that create opportunity for us to also improve on our services and on our service delivery. So it acts as an early warning mechanism when there's before a problem arises or before it becomes too serious and ruins organization reputation. For instance, if we see that there's a predominance of complaints about extortion in a particular location, a particular region, it's a warning mechanism for us to say, oh, why do we have predominance of extortion in this area? Or, oh, we went to your center and the NIN, I've gone to your center for like 5 times. I've traveled from this location to this center for like 5 times, and my NIN has not been personalized, or they cannot issue me my NIN slip. It's a grievance that if you see a predominance of those kind of grievances, it's also a warning sign for us to say, why are these kind of grievances predominant in this particular location? So we're able to nip it in the bud, and before it becomes too serious and probably ruin the organization's reputation. Another importance of a GRM is that it enables the organization to be more accountable, transparent, and responsive to beneficiaries, because it's a public thing and everybody can access it. Like we said, it's transparent. If those grievances are brought in through any uptake channel, we must respond to it because it's a public instrument. If we don't respond to it, it also exposes the organization. So it enables the organization to be more accountable, transparent, and responsive to their beneficiaries. A GRM encourages inclusion as everyone is given the platform to speak and to be heard. So everyone can access a GRM from anywhere and you are able to speak and you are heard, because sometimes you speak and you're not heard, but in the GRM mechanism, the GRM, you are heard when you speak. It also discourages extortion and any type of fraud or even associated activities, because if the staff in the commission or the enrollment officers, the FEPs, anyone involved in the enrollment process, you know that if you try to extort money from somebody, the person has access to the GRM to report and make their complaints. It will guide you and reduce the tendency for extortion or fraud, or you tell somebody to come and pay for a service that is supposed to be free, or you try to solicit maybe solicit sex or solicit one thing or the other from them that you shouldn't. A GRM will help us to limit such and even discourage such actions in our centers. So this slide, the picture there is a picture of a customer care guy, well-dressed, holding the phone. He has answered the phone, but instead of putting the phone to his ears, he's stretching it out to say, yeah. When you're done talking, I'll put it, So common perceptions about complaints and grievances. Why is that guy holding that phone like that? Because one, he feels that he's being inconvenienced by a complainant that has a genuine grievance. And so the complainant calls, the customer care person picks the call, and instead of listening in order to be able to resolve the problem, he just shoves the phone aside. Maybe he has started listening and the customer is going on and decides, I beg, this guy is inconveniencing me. So he decides to push the phone away from his ears. So those are perceptions that are out there for customer-facing officers like you, the front-end enrollment partners, because you're going to be interfacing with the public a lot. So there are going to be instances where you might feel like this, oh, this is an inconvenience. This applicant is inconveniencing me. I need this person to hurry up and leave my presence so I can attend to the next person. So yours might not be a telephone. Yours might be the person is actually sitting in front of you and laying the complaint. But because you feel is inconveniencing you, your mind goes off. You are sitting right there, but you're not listening. Another thing is that another perception about complaint is that, oh, they're interfering with my normal workflow. This person should hurry up and leave so that I can continue with my workflow. Oh, I have a deadline. If this person doesn't leave now. So your attitude already is that you're not even going to assist that person or try to redress the complaint they have brought. You just want them to leave. Sometimes you also look at it as unnecessary criticism of our work. If customers complain, we look at it and they are criticizing our work instead of looking at the positive part Hello, we apologize for the break in transmission. So we're going to go back because I understand that there was no audio for a bit. So causes of complaints, even though you were seeing the screen, so I'm sure you were also following, but some causes of complaints, why people will complain, sometimes it's a failure in service delivery, that what was promised was not delivered, or it was delivered but not within the time frame that was promised, or effective but not efficient. So different reasons for service delivery failure that can cause complaints. Or attitudinal behavior of employees in an organization. Employees are the people that the customers will meet when they come. So if there's an attitudinal behavior, if they have the wrong attitude to their work, first of all, if you have the wrong attitude to work, that wrong attitude is going to translate to your customer. And so it's going to be a negative impact. And customers will complain about that. Customers want to be treated right, irrespective of who they are, or what they are, or what they are not. Attitude of the staff, of the employees, and the FEPs in their own case is very, very critical. Another cause of complaint is lack of professionalism. Sometimes we don't have the know-how, or the knowledge of how to attend to these customers. And sometimes, even when we do, we're not professional in what we do. We just take it. It's not just enrollment, or maybe you are, because you're in a community, a local community, you don't put into consideration the need to be professional, to be very proficient in what you're doing, and ensure that you treat people right, talk to them professionally, answer their questions in a professional manner that takes care of all their queries. So what do people really want when they complain? Is it just that they like to complain, or they just want their voices to be heard? People complain because they want to be heard. They want to be heard. Some people, they just want you to understand that, look, this service failure costs me this. Others complain because they want to be understood. Maybe there's a misconception. They complain to say, look, you don't understand. This is what I'm trying to explain. This is what I'm trying to say. And this is what I want. You just give a listening ear. Listen to understand what they are saying, and prefer whatever solution that is required. Others complain. When they complain, they want to be respected. To be respected. Sometimes they come to our centers, and the way we speak to them might not be very, very friendly or respectful, or even elders. I've been to some service points, not NIMSI service points, where the customer-facing officer just speaks in a very derogatory manner. You come in, you say good morning, and they just, yes, what can I do for you, madam? And I'm like, sorry, I just said good morning. Because I'm a customer-facing person, I'm always looking out for such anywhere I go for service. So people want to be respected. And so when they come to your center, or they come to you, they need that respect. So when they don't get respect, they complain. They complain that, oh no, these your people, they are not respectful, or another comes and you keep them standing. You should be able to provide a sitting arrangement for the elderly ones, or even, politely ask a young person if they could relinquish their seat for an elderly person. So people complain. When they complain, they want to be respected. They want an apology. We apologize. We're not able to provide you that service. When they come to say, look, I've been coming to this place. I enrolled a month ago. You told me to come the following week. I came. I paid transport. I've traveled how many kilometers? They want an apology. Oh, we are so sorry, ma. We are so sorry, sir. It's not within our power. We are so sorry. We have tried. An apology, not a reprisal, not an angry response. An apology will just calm the situation. So when people complain, some of them just want an apology. Some need an explanation. Why did the service fail? We have some very, very intelligent people that want you to tell them why the system failed from A to Z. And which you see as the slide progresses, the different kind of customers. Some want to be compensated. So depending on the gravity of whatever service failure, that will determine whether they are going to be compensated or not. Some want action to be taken as soon as possible. That's why they complain. Maybe they have been waiting and over, they come every day. So they go and complain. They send a grievance. They send an email. They send a WhatsApp. They call. They keep calling until action is taken on their issue or their issues are resolved. Those of the FEPs in grievance redress management. The first most important role, they are all important. The first role there expected of you as an FEP is to deliver excellent service wherever you find yourself, whether in the community, whether in the local government, whether in the hard to reach area, that you should prioritize excellent service delivery. Because if you get it right the first time, you can eliminate or bring to the barest minimal the likelihood of complaints from customers. The best way to manage grievances is to mitigate or eliminate the likelihood of their occurrence by providing satisfactory services to the applicant and by adhering to service standards and code of conduct. 60 on. Another role that is expected of the FEP is to provide information on services, on NIMSI services. FEPs, as an FEP, you should be knowledgeable on NIMSI and the services that NIMSI provides, so that when applicants come to your center, you will be able to provide or direct them accordingly, give them the necessary information on NIMSI services, how they can access the services, the requirements, and all that. So as an FEP, it behoves you to be very familiar with the NIMSI, our structure, the services we provide, how we provide them, and where and what. The next role that is expected of you as an FPP is to reach out to NIMSI on grievances that arise from operational issues. For instance, issues that arise from the end-to-end enrollment process or in the process of issuing a NIN to an applicant. If there's a service failure, for instance, you're unable to complete an enrollment process due to it's maybe a service time downtime from NIMSI, or you are unable to issue a NIN to an applicant, you should escalate such issues to NIMSI immediately via a dedicated email address for resolution and feedback to the applicant, so that the feedback you'll be able to have a feedback for the applicant. You'll be able to have a timeline for the applicant to say, you know what, I've escalated your issue, come back within so and so time, which is the service response time that will be that NIMSI has already dedicated or assigned to such service. Another role of the FEP, and when I say FEP, I'm talking to you listening to me there. Another role is probably for you to provide suggestion boxes in wherever you are capturing data from, be it an enrollment center, be it a community, that when you have suggestion boxes, it enables the project beneficiaries and the applicants to be able to submit suggestions or feedbacks in those boxes, which will also help us to improve in the project design and the implementation of the project. Another role that is expected of you as an FEP is also to display informational, educational, communication materials wherever you are, to be able to sensitize the applicants. For instance, you can have them roll up banners, you can have flyers, you can even have information typed out and pasted around everywhere, which is easy for the applicants to be able to view and probably get information about the enrollment process, about NIMSI centers and the offices, or even the grievance mechanism itself, the grievance redress mechanism, how to channel their grievances. If you have all those materials printed and displayed, it reduces the time that you, as an FEP, an enrollment officer, will spend in addressing issues that they will be flagging. You are busy attending to somebody and somebody else is asking you, oh, I have this issue, I have that issue, but, or how do I go about enrollment? Oh, what is the requirement? If you have all those information already displayed, it's easy. It sensitizes the applicant, so it reduces the interruption to your own process. Another role that is expected of you is the mainstreaming of the grievance resolution function. Mainstreaming meaning that you should integrate the complaint handling role or customer service desk into your own operations. You should be intentional about this, that anywhere you find yourself, be it a permanent center, a mobile one, a community, that you should integrate a complaint handling role into that service that you're providing there, so that when people come, because some people, when they hear that, oh, NIMSI is here, once they say is FEPs, no, they don't know you as FEP, they know you as a NIMSI, they feel it's NIMSI. The public cannot differentiate between you as an FEP and a NIMSI staff, quote and unquote. So any community or anywhere you find yourself, they come, they just, oh, NIMSI is here. Most of them are going to come and say, oh, I enrolled so and so time, I've not been able to get my NIN slip, or I went back, blah, blah, blah. So if you have a complaint handling role mainstreamed into your enrollment process, meaning that when you're planning your enrollment, you should plan a complaint handling role alongside the enrollment process. So there's a channel where people can, there's a role, or there's an individual, or a desk, or a way of taking grievances in any enrollment point where you find yourself. So this slide just talks about sample questions that you might get in the field. Like one says, can I modify my data, date of birth, name, etc. here? Your response, oh, FEPs only do enrollment services. For data modification, kindly use the NIMSI self-service portal. And you see the NIMSI self-service portal, modification email there is there. Before, prior to this, we used to say we should direct them to go to a NIMSI office. But because we don't do modification anymore in our centers physically, everything is done via the self-service portal. So this is it. That's why I said earlier on that as an FEP, you must familiarize yourself with what NIMSI is about and the services that NIMSI provides, so that you'll be able to give accurate information to your clients when they come to make inquiries. Next question, sample question. Am I expected to pay to access my enrollment services? The answer, of course, is no. Enrollment is totally free. And I'm sure my colleagues, when they do the training on legal implications and all that, they also emphasize that enrollment is free of charge. Will I be paid by the federal government when I enroll for my NIN? Yes, because the way they understand the payment is that, oh, when I enroll, somebody's asking, when I enroll for my NIN, am I going to be paid? No, they're not going to be paid. But the NIN will enable them access to other payments that government may be giving as a social intervention. But that when they enroll the first time, are they going to be paid for NIN? No, they're not going to be paid for enrolling for their NIN. But when they enroll for the NIN, the NIN enables them to assert their identity, and and then access diverse government and B2P service. This slide basically shows us the grievance uptake channels for NIMSI currently. We have the NIMSI customer care at nimsi.gov.ng, which is a public email domain for all our customers, and they reach us on that email. They send emails, and we have a live contact center with more than currently like 40 agents that attend to emails, attend to phone calls. So that's NIMSI customer care for any issue that you want to, any email, any correspondence, email correspondence to NIMSI. That's the email to use, email address. Then you should also take note of this, because your customers, when you're in the field, you might require to provide such information when they ask for the channels through which they can actually present their complaints. We also have the NIMSI modification at nimsi.gov.ng. This email is specifically for people who have done modification but have not gotten value for their money. Maybe the process has not been completed. So this is just for someone who has done the modification and is having a challenge with that modification, or it hasn't been resolved. They send email to modification. If their complaints does not have anything to do with modification, please discourage them from sending it to the modification email, because it will not be attended to. Then we also have our phone number there, 0700-2255-646. Call NIMSI, 0700, call NIMSI, easier. Then we have our Twitter, we have our Instagram, Facebook, and then the working channels. Our working channels are all our NIMSI offices nationwide, state office, local government, and very soon we're also moving to the ward. That information will be shared subsequently. Now, we come to customer service and grievance handling. For every front-facing enrollment officer, you also will serve as a customer service officer because you are the one facing the customer. You are the one they will come and meet to say, oh, I access this service, but I have not been able to get value for my money. So it's very critical that we also look at your role as a customer service person, how to handle grievance and how to provide excellent customer service. So we'll start from the definition of customer service. It just refers to the assistance an organization offers to its customers before or after they buy or use our products or our services. With respect to NIN enrollment, in the context of NIN enrollment, customer service is the support offered to NIN applicants from when they approach the FEPs for NIN enrollment services to the point where this service is consummated to ensure that they have an easy, dignified, and enjoyable experience. Some critical skills in customer care. You will notice I wrote some. It's not exhaustive. This list is not exhaustive, but some. One of some critical skills, empathy. Empathy, the ability to understand and relate to another person's emotions and perspective, is very critical. Communication, ability to effectively communicate whatever it is you want to communicate. It builds a very strong customer relationship. Active listening, ability to listen in order to resolve their complaints, not listening to respond or defend, but listening in order to determine and resolve complaints. Adaptability, the ability to adjust to new situations and technology in order to meet customers' needs. Like for NIMS right now, we are automating our process for grievance uptake. We are automating and to a customer relationship management solution, automation of our processes. So our agents are being prepared for that. They are going to be trained. And so if as a customer care person or a customer service person, you refuse to adjust to that technology, then you won't be able to meet your customer needs. If you say, oh, all I'm used to is just picking up the phone and I just answer and I tag it and I send it to a resolution team. This technology is too difficult for me to understand. Then you won't be able to meet your customer's needs. So adaptability is a critical skill for a customer care person. Emotional intelligence, ability to recognize, understand, and manage your own and other people's emotions. Because emotional intelligence is able to recognize an angry customer and then immediately adapt to be able to attend to that person without further aggravating the customer or allowing the customer to aggravate you. And that also leads to self-control. If you're emotionally intelligent, then you'll be able to excuse self-control by showing respect to customers and not trying to prove a point in a rude manner. Another critical skill is the ability to pay attention to details. Paying attention to subtle things, to a customer, paying attention to subtle things to understand the customer's needs or concern. It might just be just looking at the customer's face or looking at the body language, subtle things that are not obvious. You pay attention to subtle things. It will help you to understand the customer's needs. Tenacity, the drive to reach a successful resolution to a problem, despite the work it might require. I want to just explain a bit about this tenacity. You see, there's something about finishing a task that you don't leave a task halfway. A customer comes, I see some of my agents, when they receive an email or a phone call, some of them even will get up from their seats to go meet their supervisor or, go outside the main process to help resolve a particular issue because of the seriousness or the timeliness of such an issue. They don't just say, oh, let me follow the process, I will escalate to the next team that is going to handle it. They follow through that process to ensure that they resolve that issue for that particular person, and then everybody goes home happy. That's tenacity. Proactiveness is the ability to be able to reach out to your customers before they come to you or while they are with you. You go and meet them where they are gathered in the waiting room and explain, oh, we are sorry. we are experiencing the downtime in connectivity. We are not able to reach NIMC for now. So please, we ask that you please come back within so and so period, or you can wait for the next 30 minutes. If in 30 minutes time, the connectivity is still not up, don't wait for that 30 minutes to elapse before then they will come and start making noise. That's proactiveness, that you proactively attend to your customers or to their complaints or whatever complaints that can come up. So that takes us to effective communication techniques. As a customer care person, because as an enrollment officer, you are also dealing as a customer care officer, and you need effective communication skills. And one of the skills, communication techniques, that is very critical is the listening skills. I read, I stumbled upon a video, I think on Instagram or somewhere, and the person was teaching about listening. That you listen, some of us listen in order to, when you finish listening, say, oh, that happened to me also. Well, you know, you are just waiting for the person to finish talking so that you can just add your own. You are not listening to hear what the person is saying so that you can now give a proper feedback. So effective listening skills is very critical in this, your role as an FEP, front-end partner. It's very critical as an enrollment officer. You must focus on what the customer is saying, and where necessary, take notes. Avoid performing other tasks when your customer is speaking with you. You give your full attention to your customer, so that when the customer is speaking to you and you are not giving your full attention, you will miss part of the information that they are sharing with you. And at the end of the day, you might not be able to give them the full resolution that they require. Beware of signals that your customer may be sending through his or her body language and tone of voice. That is listening skills. You know, we say that speaking, when we speak, is most times what we say forms a minute percentage of what we're actually trying to say. Our body language speaks more volumes than what we are saying. I might be telling you I am fine, but my body language is saying otherwise. So you must be able to listen both to what the voice is saying and what the body is also saying. Respond only after your customer has finished speaking, even if you think or you know what he or she will say or have heard similar concerns. Be patient for them to finish speaking. And if you must interject, you do that in a very polite way, not in a rude way or in a derogatory manner. When they are done speaking, try to paraphrase what the customer has said and get them to agree with you that what you have paraphrased is correct. And then you ask the customer if you have understood his concerns correctly. Because if you don't understand their concerns correctly, you cannot attend to them. Then you can ask follow-up questions to be sure. If you're unsure about what your customer is saying, or to be able to gain more detailed information regarding his or her concerns. Effective communication techniques continued. So in communication, you will be able to ask appropriate questions. If you are speaking to somebody, the kind of questions you ask will determine the kind of responses you get, right? So we have what we call open-ended questions and closed-ended questions. Open-ended questions are, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. Or how may I help you today? Oh, I came for enrollment. I like to enroll today. I went there. They will begin to give you, a history of what their challenge is. Or what do you want us to do for you today? They are going to give you long paragraphs, responses. But if it's a closed-ended question, what is your name? How are you? I'm fine, thank you. What is your name? Is this your correct address? Yes, no. So because it's an online class, I can't do this with you, but I'll just answer the questions for you. The activity on the right side of the slide. Confirm if the data on the screen is correct. It's a close-ended question. You cannot say, I don't think so. Oh, let me think about it. Is yes, it is correct, or no, it's incorrect. That is a close-ended question. What information do you need? That is open-ended, because the customer is now going to explain to you, what he wants, how he wants it, where he wants it. What happened next? Open-ended. Room for explanation. Is this your correct address? Yes, it is. No, it is not. Can you describe what happened? Long open-ended question, because they will indeed describe. How may I help you? open-ended questions. So if you want your activity, if you want your interaction with your clients, what you determine the interaction with your clients, and also the situation that you are attending to also determines the kind of questions that you ask. There are places where you should ask closed-ended questions, and there are situations where you should ask open-ended questions in order for you to be able to understand the general issue. Effective speaking skills. The first one we talked about was the listening skills, the ability to listen, to get information, to be able to resolve issues. This now is speaking skills. Maintain a low pitch when you are speaking to your applicants. Some people hear when they are speaking and they say, oh, that's where my voice is. Then you have to train yourself when you're speaking to your applicants to maintain a low pitch so that they don't think you are yelling at them or you are speaking rudely to them. Keep eye contact with your applicants. When you're speaking to your applicants, maintain eye contact. Don't be speaking and rummaging through your drawer or looking elsewhere. You're talking to somebody that is in front of you and then you're gesticulating. Just keep eye contact. It shows respect and it shows that the person sitting in front of you matters, that you respect the person. Carefully select your words when you're speaking so as to avoid using words that may aggravate your applicants. Managing difficult customers. We have different types of customers. We have different kinds of customers, and you must be prepared to receive such customers and also manage them properly so that there's service delivery. So there are different types of customers, and understanding them will assist you in ensuring that they are attended to properly. Examples: talkative customers, the ones that like to talk; angry customers, dissatisfied customers; the know-it-all customers, the customer that thinks that he knows even more than you, that is the NIMSI staff or the FEP who is enrolling for NIMSI; the indecisive customers that don't know exactly what they want; the suspicious customers. Now, the talkative customer, how do you manage such a customer so that you can easily finish with them and then move on to the next customer? Ask close-ended questions. Like I said, the type of customer you're attending to will determine the kind of questions you ask and how you ask the questions. Limit the time available for them to interrupt you. That means when you're talking to them, don't leave too much gap or pauses in the conversation because they will interject and then take the conversation probably even out of scope. Provide minimal response yourself to when you're responding. Don't speak too much because in speaking or giving an elaborate response, they will get another point to pick from what you're saying and ask you another question. And times you just keep eating into your time. Smile and be pleasant, but do not encourage them. Because when they start chatting and you look up from your system, for instance, remove your hand from the keyboard and now pay attention. That means you are saying, Oga, I'm ready for this talk. Let's talk. Just smile and keep raising your head, smiling. And probably the man has been offended, though. Nobody you causing problem. He already had, or she, whoever, before they came to you for enrollment. So you have to manage this angry customer. It might also be that it is in that center where they came that they're angry. Maybe they have been standing under the sun for long, or they have tried to ask questions and somebody has answered them rudely. Something has aggravated them already. So when such a customer comes, you know when somebody is angry, right? So listen carefully without interrupting them, because when you try to interrupt, you're going to aggravate them further. When they are done explaining, sometimes they will even speak in a very rude manner to you. They might raise their voice. Some might even bang your table. Just listen carefully, because you need to really train yourself in this customer care enrollment role that you're playing, enrollment officer / customer care. You empathize with the customer. Apologize. Oh, I'm so sorry. We apologize for keeping you under the sun. Whatever that is making him angry, that was caused by, quote and unquote, was that is as a result of their interaction with NIMS, trying to access interaction with you, or in the process of accessing the NIN enrollment service. Please empathize with the customer. Stay calm always and remain polite. Don't take it personally. It's not against you. The anger is not channeled at you. The anger is just because of the general ambience or what has happened to the person it's not about you. And then if it's about you, then you don't be defensive and don't blame others. Just take it, smile, try to resolve the issue, try to deflate the anger, and then propose an action plan and follow your action plan. The know-it-all customer, that's the one that is 101%. He knows it more than you, who is even the enrollment officer. Acknowledge what they say. When that kind of person is sitting before you, acknowledge what they say. Oh, yeah. Oh, really, sir? Yes, sir. Oh, compliment them. Oh, you know so much about this enrollment process. That's so wow. Wow, you must have spent so much time learning about this process. You are praising, you are generous with your praise. Don't put them in their place, no matter how tempting, because some of us are tempted to say, oh, God, I beg. If you are not the only one that knows this thing, sit down, let me enroll you. I have other things to do. We don't want that. We encourage you to be very calm, very polite, be generous, compliment them. Don't try to be smart. You cannot win. Ask them questions and use them to even improve your own knowledge because they know it all. The indecisive customer. I don't know what I want to do. Customer. They left their house and they came to the center. I don't know whether I've enrolled before. Is it that time they did it under the tree? When did you enroll? I'm not sure. Do you have a name slip? Let me go and check. Or do I even have to go and check? Can't you just check your system? They don't know. They are indecisive. Find out what they really want when they come to you. Madam, please, what do you really want? Oh, I want to enroll. Have you enrolled before? No. Yes. I'm not sure. Are you saying you are not sure you have enrolled before? I'm not sure. Then direct them. Okay, if you're not sure, do you have anything that was printed for you before when you enrolled before? Yes. Can you go and bring it? Or do you have it on your phone? Assume control gently and point out the best course of action from whatever it is that they tell you at that point, what they need to do and what is possible. Be very logical. Don't be very logical as in achievable aims, things that are doable is what you should recommend. Confirm a plan of action with them. The suspicious customer. You see the way he's looking at you. These NIMSI people, every time they say they are going to enroll, they have been enrolling now. We have not seen anything. You say they will give us money. They are coming with already a suspicious mind. They are not sure. They are gauging. Some say, why are we even enrolling for the name? They said some put some religious thing to it. No. Some think you want to come and take advantage of them in their community. Establish your credibility. Tell them why the service is important. Tell them why they need the name. Ensure you know your product or service, because if you don't know your product or service, you cannot convince anybody otherwise. Then do not guess or tell them something that you're not sure of, because they're already suspicious. So if you give them a wrong response or something that is not completely clear, you're actually validating that they are suspicious. So please ensure you know your product, encourage them, be careful what you say, be polite, do not take it personal again. It's not you that they don't trust. These kind of people really don't trust, they do not trust anybody. So the key thing here is that you must know your product or your service and be able to sell your product or your service to the suspicious customer. Four steps to great customer service. We're almost done. Get it right the first time. So first impression counts. You never get a second chance to make it a good first impression. So as a customer-facing staff, people see you first before they hear you. So please, always try to make a good impression the first time you interact with the customers. Be cautious. Be very, very cautious. Courtesy cannot be overemphasized. When you act cautiously, you're sending a powerful message to the customer that he is important. Smile. Acknowledge customers' presence. Attitude. We have talked about all these things, but we're just like summarizing it here. As a customer-facing staff, your job is to make things better. Always exude positivity. Your attitude matters. Please speak with a positive attitude. Attend to your customers with a positive attitude. The can-do attitude will always win. Honesty wins. Always be honest about your services. Do not overpromise. Do not promise what you cannot deliver. Sincerity is important to your customers, and it's important that your customers trust you. If they know that you will tell them the truth, they will come back. But if you are not honest with your services, they might not come back to you, and they will go back and spread that information wherever. You don't know how far-reaching that kind of information can be, and how detrimental it can be to the organization. So, in conclusion, complaints are opportunities for improvement, quoted by an unknown. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Our own Florence Oluratade. Olurutade. You okay? Olurutade, sorry. Okay, you are going to scroll through the questions randomly. Yes, it's for you, and drink water first before you come. Not now. Okay.
No. Can you assure us? Not mine. Well done, ma.
Your question should be tailored to the presentation that was just made. Some of these questions that we're seeing here were answered to yesterday. And want to assure you that even though your question is not answered here, it will be answered before the end of the program tomorrow. You should go to the Q&A box. Don't go through the chat to ask your questions.
The NIMC uptake channels are for what basically? Is it for resolving of complaints for users, or channels for both users and enrollee to send their complaints? I'm reading that. Can you come back a bit? We have NIMC uptake channels.
Yeah.
So Jubilee Care ICT Innovation, you are saying the NIMC uptake channels are for what basically? Is it for resolving of complaints for users, or channels for both users and enrollee to send their complaints? So the NIMC uptake channel, anyone can use it. You as the uptaker, who is, the enroller. When you say enrollee and users is you, I'm assuming you are calling yourself the user, and then the enrollee is the applicant. Anyone can use it. You as the FEP, you can use it, but I believe that there's a dedicated email for resolution of FEPs, because if you send through customer care, it's going to go through the process of sorting, and but if you send through the dedicated email for resolution for FEPs, it's still going to come back to Secom, but it will be dealt in another speedy manner. So that uptake channel is police, but you can use it as an FEP. That's for Jubilee Care.
That's one. Stay there. Pick this one from Jubilee Care ICT Innovation as well. It's enrollment free. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jubilee Care ICT again. Enrollment is free, but modification of data is not free. So enrollment It's clear. That is when you come into the center, when you come to be enrolled for the first time. You are not on the database. You come, it is free. You get your name. But when you want to modify that data, there's a processing fee for that. And so that's why you have to pay for it, because it's a process. It involves other things that need to be done. Just like in immigration, if you want to change your data in immigration, you pay for that service.
Okay, you can take that question. The educard. Yes.
It's Educan.
Oh, educard. Not taking that.
Educan Education. Educan Education Initiative. Good day. Please, in a situation where a customer is seriously angry and has refused to listen to your explanations, can we politely ask the customer to leave and give room for others to be enrolled? When a customer is already aggravated, there's no politeness in anything you say anymore, because the customer is already angry. So even if you say, please, sir, please, can you leave and come back later? He's angry, he's aggravated already. So I think the best thing is to try to resolve what it is that is his challenge, or get a supervisor or somebody that is different from the person who is attending to him to say, sir, please, can I invite my supervisor or my manager to please speak with you to see whether they can, this issue can be resolved. But don't tell them to excuse you so I can attend to another customer, because you're indirectly saying he is not as important as the next customer you want to attend to. Right. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. What is it? Which one?
Jubilee, I want to ask after wait, please,
stay there.
Jubilee Cares IT Innovation. Jubilee Cares, Busari Ahmed, please, I want to ask, after self-service is done for a customer and refuses to validate to bank, how do we handle that, please?
There is a component of what should be paid. If you are doing change of name, I think it's 500 naira and so on, and that has to be paid through the remitter. So which validation is he asking them of?
The bank's inability to validate that, whatever, meaning it's probably not gone on MVS already, or the bank is not connected to the MWS. Those are some of those banks that are not.
The question is somehow cumbersome, but
So that's, I think development will be in a better position
yes,
to answer that.
Yeah.
When is the maximum time for NIN to be able to? Good afternoon. Thank you, Samuel. Does NIMSI have their own standard? No? Oh, NIM, yeah, information materials that are compulsory for enrollment officers to display their registration.
There is communication and branding SOP. So that document will be sent alongside the other presentation slides tomorrow. So that will properly guide you on what you have to do in terms of branding. Then somebody is asking, what time are we having the assessment test tomorrow? We are going to take the assessment test soon after the end of tomorrow's presentation. So it will happen around maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock. It's going to be for like 10 minutes thereabout. So it's not going to be a long time, a long assessment that will take your time. So, stay there. Please, ma. You can take that. Carry it as Samuel Udama.
In a case where GRMs have been employed by an enrollment officer, and yet the customer remains aggrieved and threatens to escalate the conflict, which could hamper the enrollment process, what manner or mode of dealing with such matters is advised to resolve it? or what action is the enrollment officer expected to take in such a case? It sounds similar to the first one. Like in the grievance redress chain, we have different levels of escalation. So when you come in and in the grievance redress framework itself, we have the community level, we have the supervisor level, we have the GRC, different levels for grievance redress. So if at your own level, at that point, you have employed the redress mechanism that you feel that is appropriate, and the customer still remains aggrieved and wants to escalate, I think you should. I don't think there's any. I can't imagine whatever escalation process that he wants to use that might conflict or hamper your enrollment process, because what it means is that he wants to escalate. He's not satisfied with the resolution that he's getting at that point. I think it would be nice to let him or her do the escalation and even guide them politely on which channel to use. They want to write to the DG, you give them the address of the commission. They want to reach NIMSI customer care, you give them the phone number, because at that point, you have not been able to resolve it. So you might need to just de-escalate by channeling it to NIMSI directly. Right.
If a customer maybe asks me for a standard time for starting enrollment and time for closing for the day, may it be in order for them to determine coming back later? Is there any standard time to start enrollment and close on a daily basis?
For an FEP,
Yes.
they determine their opening and their closing time.
Yes.
It's not for NIMSI to determine, but NIMSI work hour is from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Yes. So if you want to stay beyond the 4 o'clock that NIMSI closes, so you're allowed to do so. NIN enrollment, but not validated after many weeks. What can an agent do? He said that the enrollment has gone into heat. Maybe the person has done enrollment before and is not been able, that tracking ID is not been able to generate a new NIN. So, but we are putting a very good mechanism that will tell you what actually is the problem, without any form of ambiguity. Before now, you used to get IPE, that is in processing error. So this time around, you know if it is a hit or whatever that the case may be, you are going to get a clear-cut explanation of the reason why the NIN could not be generated. How do I handle irate customers that refuse to listen to instruction, especially on network issues? Can we call the police on him? That will be an extreme action. So you shouldn't. You should be able to demand. I mean, you've received training on how to manage difficult customer. Employ those tools and be polite. And most of the things we've discovered that one of the things that causes customer misbehaving at the enrollment center, one of it has to do with when people try to do what is not normal. When people try to do what is not normal. I came in at number 10 because I know the enrollment agent. He pushes me forward to do my enrollment before any other person. Try and do things orderly so that you don't trigger any form of crisis within your enrollment center. But that is not to say that when you go to inclusion, when you take the training on inclusion, you'll be able to bend some of these rules. If an aged person or a pregnant woman is on the line, you could politely talk to the other persons on the queue why you need to bring that person forward to attend to. So before you do so, but in a normal circumstance, please do not allow any other ill activities to take place within your enrollment center. Which question do you want to take again? Ahmed Shago. Okay.
In a situation whereby an enrollee comes for enrollment but can't hear your speaking language, and in entire community can't speak official language than their native language. So for me, if they come to your center and you can't understand the language the enrollee is speaking, I think there will be need for you to use sign language to ask them to go and bring somebody, because the process in enrollment is that someone who is not literate, when they are coming to the center, they must be escorted with, and they must come with someone who is literate and be able to fill their forms and assist them in the process. So ordinarily, you can't even attend to that person. But when you do go to their communities, it's expected that they should have a community head or a community representative that will be translating the language. So either way, when they come to your center, they should come assisted. If you go to their community, they have interpreters in the communities.
That is why you need to visit the community you want to enroll in before the actual day, so that a kind of support could be given to you, those who will interpret their native language to English vis-a-vis, so that you'll be able to communicate with all manner of people that will come to your enrollment center. Community entry plan is part of the communication and branding SOP that will be given to you. And that training will be done specifically tomorrow. So we won't be able to take all your numerous questions, but we want to assure you that some of your questions here will be pulled out, and those of them that are standing out will be planned to be, be a part of our FAQ, and so that people will, from time to time have recourse to knowing what to do at any point in time. So thank you very much for being a part of today. I think at this point in time, we would like to close. We are actually left with one more presentation, but want to move that to tomorrow due to some circumstances beyond our control. Tomorrow we are starting on the dot of 9 a.m. Want to be sure that, yes, before that 9 a.m., everybody must have logged in and be ready for us to start on the dot of 9. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day. By this, we are closing for the day. Thank you. Bye.